Chapter 1991. The entire Heaven Imperial Court seemed to feel the impending storm and thunder. Originally from P. The reason why Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun sent out troops this time was obviously not purely to capture Chu Yong, but to establish his power. Meng Wuya's unexpected defeat caused Mo Yuntian's reputation to fall. The entire Mo Yuntian couldn't accept such humiliation. Therefore, Yuan Tianji must destroy Chu Yong with a thunderous force and establish Mo Yuntian's immortal reputation. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was shaken. Everyone, including the Lord Saint, focused their gazes on the south of the Misty River, in the direction of the Demon Emperor Heaven. However, it was also at this delicate moment that there was a sudden drastic change in the battle situation at Purple Cloud Heavens. The latest news came from there. After a long million years of recuperation, the extraterrestrial demons were about to give up on the small fights during this period of time, and were preparing to send out troops with the intention of conquering a few more worlds to be used by the birthing demons. The entire Heaven Imperial Court was instantly tense. The unexpected arrival of this news seemed to have even surpassed the news of Mo Yuntian's aggressive attack. After Shuele Han sent off the Lord Saint who came out of nowhere, he immediately rushed to Purple Cloud City. However, after he arrived, everything he saw and everything he heard made the East Emperor furious. "Bastard, what are you thinking? Why did you do things like this?" Looking at General Lan, Shuele Han was furious, almost clenching his fists. General Lan had followed Shuele Han for more than 1,000,000 years, but he had never seen the Emperor so angry. Moreover, he was angry at himself. He was sweating profusely on the spot, drenching his clothes. The most important thing was that Great General Lan himself was still a little confused. "What did I do wrong? Why do I feel like I didn't do anything wrong? I asked you to stop Mo Yuntian's army, and this is how you did it?" Shuele Han's voice was cold. "I asked you to protect the East Royal Heaven, and you let Mo Yuntian trample on the rivers and mountains to protect it?" General Lan's head touched the ground, not daring to answer at all. In the big tent, only the 3 generals kept quiet out of fear, trembling all over. The others had been chased out long ago. However, within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, it was suddenly filled with the aura of an emperor. The wind and clouds changed color, and the universe became miserable. Once the Shuele Han Emperor got angry, it was enough to affect the aura of heaven and earth. Although he clearly knew that the matter was not as serious as the Emperor said, Great General Lan still lowered his head and admitted his mistake. It was obvious that the Emperor was furious. Would it be unwise to force an explanation? Has Chu Yong already confirmed that he has entered the Demon Emperor's heaven? Shuele Han asked seriously.
Yes.
Shuele Han looked up at the sky, remaining silent for a long time. The air within a radius of 10,000 miles seemed to have completely condensed into a single piece in an instant. In the distant sky, countless experts who were flying in the air for some unknown reason suddenly found themselves frozen in the air. He couldn't fly forward, backward, or upward. He could not descend any further. Just a moment ago, it was still safe in the sky, but all of a sudden, even the space was completely frozen. Everyone was aghast. What was going on? After a long, long time, Shuele Han finally exhaled. Forget it. The sealed space, which covered an area of no less than 10,000 miles, suddenly opened with a whoosh, like glass suddenly shattering. During this period, no matter who it was, as long as they were flying and frozen in the air, their bodies turned into dust at the same time. Not even a drop of blood was left. Great General Lan felt his back. His cold sweat had already formed a river, and his clothes were already drenched, dripping down along the corners of his clothes. Yuan Shetu is dead, and Yuan Tianji is going to kill Chu Yong. But if Chu Yong dies... Shuele Han suddenly paused here, and only after a long time did he say slowly, "Then I will kill Yuan Tianji." Great General Lan's heart skipped a beat. Even his scalp was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, the cold sweat covered his head and even flowed into his eyes, making Great General Lan's eyes sour. He finally understood one thing. It was only now that he finally understood. This time, he was filled with regret. It turned out that all the measures taken by the emperor and all the orders given to him were for the sake of protecting that Chu Yang. This realization made Great General Lan scared out of his wits. It turned out that my understanding was wrong from the start, putting the cart before the horse. No wonder the emperor was so angry. If I had known this, why would I still care about Meng Wuya? I would have directly buried Meng Wuya and the 10,000 people here without caring about anything else. I was really smart all my life, but stupid for this moment. For one Chu Yang, the emperor actually planned to get rid of another heavenly emperor. What kind of person is this Chu Yang? Chu Yang, Shuele Han seemed to be explaining, or perhaps he couldn't bear to see his loyal subordinate confused and in pain. Finally, he said softly, Chu Yang is my brother. He looked deeply at Great General Lan and said softly, my only brother, the only brother that I acknowledge. His voice was very calm, but when this calm voice landed in the ears of Great General Lan and the other two generals, it was tantamount to a shocking thunder. Everyone was dizzy, and their bodies swayed continuously. Great General Lan and the rest had long known that Chu Yang was Yin Russian's brother. They had even complained about Yin Russian behind his back. Why didn't he think about his own status, actually becoming sworn brothers with such a small character? Wasn't he afraid of lowering his own status? This Chu Yang was actually the emperor's brother. Oh my God, what kind of situation was this? Great General Lan even had the urge to slap himself. Why didn't I get closer to the people and get closer to Chu Yang back then? Shuele Han took a breath and said softly, if Chu Yang dies, then I'm afraid I won't be able to live for long. When he finished, Shuele Han flicked his sleeves and left. But Great General Lan couldn't take such a blow anymore. His body swayed twice, and he suddenly sat on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. For a moment, his face was as white as paper. The consequences of Chu Yang's death were actually so serious? His life and death. It actually concerned the emperor's life and death? Was this possible? It was impossible. But why did the emperor say that? Oh my God. This sinner knows his mistake. This sinner will go to the demon emperor's heaven right now and bring Chu Yang back. I would rather die than let Chu Yang come back alive. Great General Lan roared and jumped up. You're not allowed to go. Shuele Han had already walked out of the tent and shouted. The three of them were dumbstruck. Why? Since Chu Yang means so much to the emperor, why didn't he let us go and rescue him? There's no need to go. Shuele Han turned around slowly. If we were to go now, Chu Yang's previous 10,000 miles of escape would not be possible. It would become completely meaningless. The reason why he risked his life to escape from the Eastern Royal Heaven, other than to avoid a great enmity, is because, I understand. He looked up at the sky and sighed. I understand. Demon Emperor Sky, Empress Palace. The Demon Empress was dressed in an indifferent white robe as she sat upright on the snow-white lotus flower in the center. The lotus slowly rotated on its own, and the hall was filled with an extremely peculiar spiritual energy. Suddenly, the white light in the hall flickered inexplicably. Then, the hall fell into an extreme darkness. Only bits of starlight lit up abruptly, like stars in a clear night. Heaven cover? It's actually heaven cover? The Demon Empress slowly opened her eyes, and a trace of heartfelt surprise flashed across her eyes. She looked at the hall that was originally her own. The illusory starry sky now. Heaven cover was an extremely special divine spirit secret technique. Only when the divine spirit of a ruler of another world was projected into another world would such a situation occur. At this moment, the projection returned to the void of the primordial chaos. I wonder who has the time to visit this old friend of mine? The Demon Empress' eyes flashed with sparkling white light. She said calmly, her voice incomparably beautiful, as if containing infinite friendship. In a boundless land of stars, a black-robed figure stood with his hands behind his back. He walked out slowly, standing in front of the Demon Empress. The person who came was tall and wore a simple golden crown on his head. He looked like he was only about 30 years old. His face looked as if it was carved by a knife or sword, and the outline of his face was completely distinct. His eyes were cold, as if completely devoid of any emotion. He walked out with his hands behind his back, like a high and mighty god walking in the mortal world, overlooking the mortal world. Although the person in front of her was only a divine spirit projection, everything about him was exactly the same as the real person on the other side. Only after reaching the level of D, could one have such a miraculous ability. Xiner, we haven't seen each other for many years. Have you been well all these years? The black-robed man asked indifferently. The demon empress sat still and said indifferently, "You're not dead yet, and you're as healthy as before." "Of course, I'm well." "Yuan Tianjia, why have you come here today? How dare you? How dare you rashly activate heaven cover? Aren't you afraid that I'll activate the restriction here and make your divine spirit projection stay here forever, or even completely destroy it?" The black-robed man was the projection of the dark cloud heaven's emperor, Yuan Tianjia. Yuan Tianjia was slightly startled when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said in a gentler tone, "We haven't seen each other for many years. You don't have to scare me the moment you see me, do you? Aren't you afraid of scaring me away?" The demon empress said coldly, "You make it sound like we have some kind of friendship. Speak frankly, why have you come here?" Yuan Tianjia was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Xiner is as smart as ever. She wouldn't come here for no reason. Xiner, I've come here to ask for a favor. I hope you'll agree." The demon empress slowly raised her head. Her tone suddenly became piercingly cold. "Yuan Tianjia, why don't you try calling me Xiner again?" The hall was suddenly plunged into an extremely cold place. Yuan Tianjia smiled helplessly and waved his sleeves. "Fine, I won't call you that. I'll just take it that you like me calling you that. If you have something to say, then say it." The demon empress said coldly, "If you're done, then get out of my sight." The demon empress was very rude, but Yuan Tianjia wasn't angry at all. He still had a gentle smile on his face. Each of them was in charge of their own world. Each of them was the ruler of their own world. However, every time they stepped into someone else's world, it was equivalent to using their own world to suppress someone else's world. That was why they were called heaven suppressing. It was natural for the demon empress to be so rude. "My men have already split into 5 groups and entered the demon emperor heaven." Yuan Tianjia said indifferently, "This action has truly offended the demon empress' dignity. This emperor apologizes. I've come here to explain to you that my men's purpose in entering the demon emperor heaven is to capture someone called Chu Yang. It's definitely not to start a war with the demon emperor heaven. As long as they capture the person, my men will leave immediately and won't stay any longer. In order to make up for your losses, I'll compensate the demon empress with a mysterious heavenly pendant after this to express my sincerity." The demon empress frowned. Just as she was about to speak, Yuan Tianjia continued, "This person killed my son. Therefore, he must die." The demon empress fell silent. The enmity of killing. "My men definitely won't dare to take the initiative to start a conflict with the people of the demon emperor heaven. Therefore, if there's really an accident, please be lenient." Yuan Tianjia lowered his posture and said softly, If the demon empress is willing to lend a hand, this Yuan promises to owe the demon empress a favor. This Yuan will definitely repay this favor in the future." The demon empress took a deep breath and said, "I know about this matter. I'll consider it carefully." "Many thanks." Yuan Tianjia nodded and smiled. "In order to express my gratitude, if you have anything to do with this emperor's ink cloud sky in the future, I'll allow you 3 times. After he finished speaking, Yuan Tianjia's figure slowly walked back. The starry sky seemed to have suddenly shrunk and disappeared rapidly. Just as the last bit of starlight flickered and dissipated, Yuan Tianjia's figure also happened to step into it. The heaven-suppressing divine art's profoundness was actually so similar. It allowed Yuan Tianjia's divine soul projection to cross thousands of miles of space and appear in a foreign land like a real person to talk to the demon empress who was at the same level. The demon empress sat there without moving. She was silent, but there was a hint of doubt between her brows. Yuan Tianjia's son was actually killed by this Chu Yang. The demon empress had been in the palace all this time. She had already apologized and ignored the affairs of the world for many years. She actually didn't know about such a huge matter until now. As she thought about it, She suddenly smiled. This guy offended Yuan Tianjia. He's really unlucky. She was just thinking about how to help Yuan Tianjia. After all, the conditions that Yuan Tianjia promised this time were really very generous, and his attitude was so humble. Not only was the demon empress very moved, but she also felt very happy. Men. She was just about to shout these two words when suddenly, there was a flash of white light in front of her. Then, there was a moment of darkness. Then, in a dark place, the sparkling stars gradually lit up. Even with the demon empress cultivation, she almost wanted to swear at this moment. Heaven suppressing divine art. It's actually heaven suppressing divine art again. Could it be that I'm possessed today? It hasn't even been an hour, and my demon emperor's sky has actually been heaven suppressing divine art twice. A few black lines appeared between the demon empress' brows. It was obvious that she was extremely angry. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? But who is it this time? If it's still Yuan Tianjia, the demon empress was already prepared. Then, she would directly smash the projection with a punch. Who cares about your father's promise? The starlight flickered quietly, and a white shadow flashed. A person with his hands behind his back walked out of a desolate starry sky. His clothes were as white as snow, and he had a scholarly air. However, he had a natural aura of dominating heaven and earth. Chapter 1992. It was actually the Lord of the Eastern Royal Heaven, Shuelehan. Donghuang's projection descended upon the Demon Empress Palace. The Demon Empress widened her eyes. Exiner, it's been many years since we last met. Have you been well all these years? The man in white asked with a smile. The Demon Empress' lips twitched. This bunch of bastards, the first thing they said when they met was still the same? The first thing they said to Yuan Tianji was not wrong at all. Could it be that they had discussed this beforehand? The Demon Empress sat still and said lightly, "You're still alive and well." "Of course, I'm well." "Shuelehan, what are you doing here? How dare you? You actually dared to activate heaven? Aren't you afraid that I'll activate the restriction and shatter your divine soul projection and make it stay here forever? Or even completely shatter it?" The Demon Empress actually repeated what she said to Yuan Tianji to Shuelehan, wanting to see how Donghuang would respond. The only difference in the whole sentence was that the words Yuan Tianji in the original sentence were changed to Shuelehan. At this moment, even though the Demon Empress was furious, she felt even more amused. That man in white was of course the heavenly emperor of the Eastern Royal Heaven, Shuelehan. Shuelehan was slightly startled when he heard this. Then, he smiled and said gently, "We haven't met for so many years. You don't have to scare me like this the moment we meet, do you? Aren't you afraid of scaring me away?" The Demon Empress had goosebumps all over her body. His entire face was filled with black lines, and it instantly surged up. This sentence was exactly the same as Yuan Tianji's reaction and reply. Even the tone and expression were exactly the same. Did she really see a ghost? Or did the two of them discuss this beforehand and come to tease me? The Demon Empress was furious. Her face immediately darkened. She frowned and said coldly, "Shuelehan, did the two of you discuss this beforehand? I originally thought that the two of you wouldn't be so bored. But the reality before my eyes tells me that the two of you are really in cahoots." Shuelehan couldn't help but be stunned. He asked subconsciously, "The two of us? Who is the other person that Xiner is talking about? Are you still going to pretend?" The Demon Empress said angrily, "The two of you didn't even miss a single word." The more she spoke, the angrier she became. Could it be that this Empress is so easy to tease in your eyes? Does teasing this Empress give you a sense of accomplishment? Empress. Humph. Although the Emperor is in front, it doesn't mean that this Empress is inferior to you. Shuelehan was truly at a loss. Xiner, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you're mistaken. The Demon Empress snorted and said, "Fine, fine. I won't argue with you anymore. You're lowering this Empress status. Let me ask you, did you come to this Empress place because you have something to ask of me?" Shuelehan laughed heartily. "Not bad, Xin is indeed as intelligent as ever. I wouldn't have come here for no reason." Before Jiang could finish, the Demon Empress finally couldn't hold it in anymore and completely exploded. You still dare to say that you didn't collude? Even this sentence was the same. Can't you at least change your words a little? Do you have to be so ruthless? Each and every one of you is like this. Just the two of you have the nerve to call yourselves celestial emperors of a region. Pooh. Although she was furious, she didn't object to Shuele Han calling her Exiner. Shuele Han suddenly quietened down. He said slowly, "The other person that Exiner is talking about is another celestial emperor. Is it Yuan Tianjie?" The demon empress was furious. "Who else could it be? Why are you pretending? Do you think you can still get away with it?" Shuele Han's face darkened. He said, "He came to you to ask you to help him capture Chu Yang?" The demon empress said, "That's right. It was indeed discussed beforehand. You're finally not hiding it anymore?" Shuele Han took 2 steps and suddenly raised his head. With a frosty face, he said coldly, "You agreed?" The demon empress could clearly feel that with these words, Shuele Han's aura became stronger and stronger. There was actually a faint murderous aura that gradually grew. The domineering aura was no longer concealed at all. The demon empress finally realized that something was wrong. She couldn't help but frown. She said, "So what if I agreed? So what if I didn't agree? Do I have to consult your Majesty East Sovereign's wishes for my decision?" Shuele Han said indifferently, "How would I dare to interfere with the demon empress's decision? It's just that I came to you for this matter. I believe that your purpose isn't to kill Chu Yang. How can you mobilize 2 celestial emperors for a mere junior? Since it's not to kill, then you want to protect Chu Yang?" The demon empress said sensitively. Even though the demon empress' mind was slightly hazy due to a moment of anger, she had already regained her wisdom and instantly understood the mystery behind it. "I do have such intentions, but it's not just that." Shuele Han's eyes focused. "My purpose here is not so simple. I came specifically to tell you not to interfere in this matter." "Tell me?" The demon empress laughed. "What right do you have to tell me?" "Shuele Han, His Majesty East Sovereign, don't think that you're really the boss of this group just because D Empress is your leader. You, Shuele Han, are not qualified to warn me." The demon empress was furious. "Once we talk about this matter, you actually call me Demon Empress, and you don't even call me Exiner?" Shuele Han said indifferently, "Whether I'm qualified or not, what's the use of talking? You'll naturally have a lot of opportunities to know this. But I'll still tell you, even if you don't help Yuan Tianming this time, Yuan Tianming won't do anything. After all, he has so many children. I believe that he won't really go to war with other worlds for a child, especially when he has to face a celestial emperor of the same level." The demon empress suddenly felt a sudden pressure. She said involuntarily, "Will you? You must know that Yuan Tianming is facing a murderous enemy. It's perfectly justified for him to take revenge. What is right and proper means nothing to me. I'll only tell you that this Chu Yang is my brother," Shuele Han said indifferently. "Others may not know, but you should know what I can do for my brother." "Brother?" The demon empress' heart trembled violently. Yes, others may not know, but as a descendant of the first emperor, she knew very well. Back then, the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor was the East Emperor's brother. After the Purple Cloud Heavenly Emperor Zihao died in battle, Shuele Han charged into the extreme heaven in anger. He went to seek an explanation from the saint. In the end, the matter escalated into a big fight with the saint. After that, although Shuele Han was defeated and retreated, he also established supreme authority between the first emperor and the empress. No one had ever dared to really fight with the saint. Only Shuele Han had the guts and managed to escape unscathed in the end. For his brother, he dared to fight with the saint. If she really killed his brother, what would the result be? She didn't even have to do it personally. As long as she interfered in this matter, it would be equivalent to indirectly causing the death of his brother. This feud would really be huge. If Chu Yang dies in the Demon Emperor Heaven, our 2 worlds will go to war. Shuele Han looked at the Demon Empress sharply. He said indifferently, "I'm definitely not scaring you. You think you can scare me?" The Demon Empress was furious. Shuele Han said stiffly, "That's why I said I'm not scaring you. When the time comes, not only will I go to war with you, but I'll also go to war with Emo Yuntian. I, the East Emperor, hereby swear to the heavens. The day Chu Yang dies will be the beginning of a great calamity for the three worlds. Shui Leihan slowly retreated into the starry sky. Let's see if I can completely destroy the three worlds. Shui Leihan. The demon empress screamed, exasperated. Stop right there. But Shui Leihan had already taken the last step. The starry sky instantly shrank and disappeared. Bang! The demon empress slammed her palm on the table in front of her, instantly smashing it into pieces. She roared furiously, "Bastard! Big bastard! Shui Leihan, you bastard to the extreme! Motherfucker! To actually casually place such a hot potato in this Empress Demon Emperor sky. He obviously doesn't want me to have an easy time. Donghuang Shui Leihan, Mayun Yuan Tianji, I'll remember the two of you." The Demon Empress was still furious. Everything in the main hall was smashed into pieces. "Shui Leihan, you bastard. You're obviously threatening me." The Demon Empress hadn't lost her temper like this for almost hundreds of thousands of years. But this time, she was indeed mad with anger, almost losing control. Within a day, she was overshadowed twice by two celestial emperors. Wasn't this sullen enough? If that was all, it was still fine. But that damned Donghuang Shui Leihan actually threw down an oath to threaten her. This was blatant contempt, blatant blasphemy, blatant coercion. Must I listen to a bastard like you? The Demon Empress roared. I'm going all out with you to help you on Tianji. I want to kill your brother. Let's see what you can do to me. I'm so angry, so angry. Guards! The Demon Empress yelled. Her voice shook the entire Demon Empress palace. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 people rushed in. Seeing the once magnificent hall suddenly become a mess, all of them were dumbfounded. What was going on? Was there an attack from outside? But, even though it was a mess, why weren't there any traces of fighting? The Demon Empress' face was full of murderous intent. She waved her hand and shouted, "Pass down my order." The 3 of them stood up straight at the same time. The Demon Empress hadn't been so stern in many years. It seemed like something big was about to happen. The Demon Empress was only halfway through her sentence when the meaning of her words suddenly changed. "Pass down my order. Clean up the hall." Then, she sighed. Sigh. The 3 of them fainted at the same time. "Oh my God, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you're two. You called the 3 of us in with such great fanfare and gave us such a serious order, just to clean up the hall?" The Demon Empress sighed deeply for a while. She really couldn't explain it to outsiders. She was very clear that Shui Leihan was definitely not joking. He could totally do it, and he even dared to do so. If Shui Leihan really went crazy, he would definitely be able to destroy both worlds at the same time. Chapter 1993. Although she was extremely displeased, the Demon Empress didn't dare to risk the entire Demon Emperor's heaven. Donghuang Shui Leihan had the guts and boldness. Although she was extremely displeased, the Demon Empress didn't dare to risk the entire Demon Emperor's heaven. Donghuang Shui Leihan had the guts and boldness, but the Demon Empress had more to worry about. "Sai, the situation is more important than the person. Even if I offend you on Tianjia, it's still better than offending Shui Leihan." The Demon Empress pondered gloomily. "Anyway, that guy Yuan Tianjia can't defeat me. Besides, Yuan Tianjia's behavior is indeed very detestable. That guy Shui Leihan, although he's also very detestable, he still has some redeeming qualities. No matter what, he's still considered mine." As she thought about it, the Demon Empress' fair face actually turned red. Then, she flew into a rage. "That bastard. So many years have passed, but he doesn't know how to restrain himself. He even threatened me when he asked for help. And he even threatened me. How despicable. But that Chu Yang, who exactly is he?" The Demon Empress' anger gradually subsided, and she began to think. This little one is not simple. Not only did he kill the son of Heavenly Emperor Ink Cloud, but he's also the sworn brother of Heavenly Emperor East Royal. Speaking of this, a burst of anger rushed up again. "That bastard Shui Leihan, you only know how to worry about your brother. Why don't you just come and take him away yourself? Why do you still leave him here?" Why do you leave this scourge in my demon emperor's heaven? Then she ordered, come, call the Grand Empress back. Someone came up and reported in fear, Grand Empress is in Luohua City. How can I not know that he's in Luohua City? The demon empress shouted angrily. I said to get him back here as soon as possible. I don't care where he is. Go and do it quickly. Yes. The three of them quickly cleaned up the mess in the main hall and retreated with cold sweat all over their heads. They really didn't know who had provoked the demon empress today to make her so furious. Then, the three of them were shocked. Because they clearly felt that the demon empress divine sense aura suddenly spread out and covered the sky and the earth. For a moment, everything within tens of thousands of miles was under the surveillance of the demon empress divine sense. And it didn't disperse for a long time. The demon empress actions seemed to be searching for something. The entire divine sense search process actually lasted for an entire hour. 1 hour later, the demon empress finally sighed and said, I can't find it. When that little bastard comes back, let him go straight to Chuyang. She also wanted that stinky primary school student to learn her skills, so that he wouldn't have to follow her around every day and not even get half a good look from her. What a fucking coward. The demon empress spat out a mouthful of saliva and said, Despicable. This little bastard was just as despicable as his father back then. Other than pestering her relentlessly, he didn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. How despicable. I can't stand it anymore. A table. White jade table. Wu Jueqing sensitively sensed it. The white jade table in front of him didn't have the slightest bit of impurities. It was sparkling and translucent. With a single glance, one could even see through the white jade table and see the ground below. Even an ordinary person would be able to see it. On the table, there were only 4 wine cups. Wu Jueqing sat at the head of the table. Looking at the huge table, he was speechless for a long time. 3 burly men sat at the head of the table. One was arranging the wine, one was serving the dishes, and one was cooking. Each of them had their own duties. Everyone's eyes were red and swollen. Everyone seemed to have thousands of words to say. But when the words reached their mouths, they couldn't even say a single word. Shimon Wanli, who had always been the most proficient in cooking, had put the soy sauce and vinegar in the wrong way for the first time. He hurriedly tried to adjust it, but to no avail. He had no choice but to throw away all the dishes and start over again. But this time, when he was cooking, drops of tears fell into the iron pot just like that. With a sizzling sound, the tears had already turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. Second brother, these years, have you been well? June Weiling took a deep breath. Her face was contorted. She tried her best to control her voice so that it wouldn't tremble. But as she spoke, even though it was just a few short words, her voice still started to tremble unknowingly. Wu Jueqing shut his eyes tightly. He felt the churning emotions in his heart twisting and turning several times. An indescribable feeling of bitterness welled up in his heart. With a hoarse voice he said, I've been well. How have you guys been? The brothers were all speechless. In the kitchen, a sizzling sound could be heard. It wasn't clear whether it was Shimon Wanli's tears or the oil, salt, and vinegar in his hands that had caused this sound. Under the light, everyone's expression looked as if they were about to cry. But they were all trying their best to hold it in. Every one of them was smiling. Even though their smiles were uglier than crying, they still forced themselves to smile. Her. Another man's face was contorted as he forced a smile. Second brother, are the heavenly layer doing well? Wu Jueqing trembled. With a trembling voice, he said, the heavenly layer is still the heavenly layer. Not bad. Seventh brother Yin, you can rest assured now. That seventh brother Yin seemed to heave a sigh of relief. But he also seemed to be a little disappointed as he lowered his head dejectedly. This seventh brother Yin was the seventh brother of Wu Jueqing's generation, Yin Huanming. His dejection at this moment seemed to be because there was a question in his heart that had yet to be answered. June Weiling, who was keeping them company at the side, took a deep breath and finally said, Second brother, is that person doing well? The moment this sentence came out, Yin Huanming, who had his head lowered, instantly held his breath. Shimon Wanli, who was playing the symphony of pots and pans, also stopped all his actions. The whole room fell silent. The few of them were waiting quietly for Wu Jueqing's answer. This moment was short yet long. It was obviously just a short moment of waiting for a sentence. But in the hearts of these people, it felt as long as hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years. Wu Jueqing only felt a sharp pain in his heart. He said hoarsely, "That person. Who is that person you were talking about? I don't understand." The three of them stopped what they were doing at the same time. They stared at Wu Jueqing, all of them speechless. Then, the three of them lowered their heads. But the silence in the room disappeared. Because in the kitchen, the sound of cooking rang out again. After a long time, all kinds of dishes were served on the table. Shimon Wanli also finally put down the pots and pans in his hands and sat at the table. He washed his hands, but Wu Jueqing clearly noticed that Shimon Wanli seemed to have washed his face as well. The corners of his eyes also seemed to be showing signs of redness. Wu Jueqing sighed in his heart. Suddenly, he felt as if he was already drunk before drinking. Steam rose. Wine, it was good wine. This wine. It's called Hero's Blood. June Weiling took the lead and raised her cup. Second brother, this is a strong wine that was brewed after the heavenly emperor of purple clouds fought against the heavenly demons. Hero's blood. Just a sip and you will feel as if the hero's blood is surging endlessly in your body. Second brother, please drink. June Weiling raised her cup high. Second brother, please drink. Yin Huanming and Shimon Wanli raised their cups at the same time. Hero's blood? I've heard so much about this wine. Hee. Wu Jueqing laughed coldly and said, "It's just that, are the few of you considered heroes? Are you worthy of drinking this hero's blood?" This sudden sentence was like a ball of ice thrown into a blazing fire. For a moment, the room fell silent again. A deathly silence. But Wu Jueqing still seemed unsatisfied. He suddenly stood up, raised his cup with one hand and slammed it on the ground. He shouted, "Why aren't you speaking? Tell me, what kind of heroes are you? Ask yourselves, are you worthy of drinking this hero's blood? Answer me." The three of them were stunned at the same time. Wu Jueqing still felt unsatisfied. He stared coldly at the three of them and suddenly laughed. But his laughter was full of contempt and mockery. "When I saw this table, I understood. In the past, when we drank in the heavenly lair, even if there were only two of us eating together, or even if there were only one of us, as long as the conditions allowed, we would ask for a table for 10 people. Everyone, one seat each." Wu Jueqing said angrily, "Why is there only one seat around this table? Tell me why. Who are you missing? Or rather, who did you abandon?" Wu Jueqing's voice was hoarse. "Who did you abandon?" The three of them fell silent at the same time, not saying a word for a long time. Their faces were as dark as water. The sound of Wu Jueqing's panting reverberated in the air. Suddenly, he raised his leg and kicked the table and all the dishes on it away. He shouted, "Tell me, what is your cultivation level now?" Then, Wu Jueqing sat down with a whoosh and asked angrily, "Tell me, I want to see how far away I am from you. Have I become a frog at the bottom of a well, or a lowly ant?" The moment Wu Jueqing sat down, the three of them stood up at the same time. Just like back then, when they were receiving second brother's lectures and guidance, they were no different. "Second brother, I am now a saint." June Weiling stood up straight and said, "Second brother, I am now a saint." Shimon Wanli also stood up straight. "Me too." Yin Huanming said in a muffled voice, "How awesome. You are all second-grade saints." Wu Jueqing laughed bitterly. "I am now only at the peak of the heaven stage. Compared to the three of you, I am really far away. Even I feel ashamed. Looks like the current me is really just an ant in front of the three of you. Why don't the three of you just change this seat to 8? Wu Jueqing laughed mockingly. "The gap between us is already so big. Even if you don't say it, I don't have the face to be your second brother anymore. 3 saints, if you don't remove my seat, aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself?" "Second brother." The three of them flushed red. "What are you saying? Even if we die, we will never dare to betray second brother. Second brother will always be second brother. Even if we are now the emperor's empress or saint lord, this will still not change. All these years, as long as we drink, the top seat will always be yours, second brother. None of us dare to overstep. This will never change. As long as one of us is still alive, this will always be the case. It's extremely painful. If I say that I am about to die of exhaustion, would you believe me? I originally wanted to take leave today, but Xiao Dai told me that if you take leave right after getting the monthly votes, wouldn't it be too? Chapter 1994. Tears welled up in June Weiling's eyes. Second brother, even if all of us have become peak-level saints or something even higher, you are still our second brother. Forever. Whoever dares to disrespect you, we'll kill him together. Wu Jueqing said coldly, so I still have some status in your hearts. Then, what about Big Brother? What do you take him for? The three of them fell into silence at the same time and were speechless for a long time. Who was Big Brother? The Calamity Sword Master. The previous Calamity Sword Master. The Calamity Sword Master of their era. Wu Jueqing stood up slowly and said calmly, stepping on the heavens, pointing his sword to the east of the clouds. Who still remembers the name Yundong? Does anyone? The three of them were still like statues, not saying a word. But their breathing became heavy and hurried in an instant. Looks like all of you don't remember? That's great. Wu Jueqing laughed mockingly. Or maybe all of you only remember the last moment when you were betrayed by Big Brother. Nourishing the heavens? Yet you don't remember Big Brother's support from the beginning? Second brother, don't say any more. June Weiling suddenly reached out a hand. Second brother, what's the point of saying all this now? June Weiling said painfully, stepping on the heavens, pointing his sword to the east of the clouds. We all remember. How can we forget for a moment? But when we were betrayed back then, that heart-wrenching pain. Ha ha ha. Wu Jueqing looked up and laughed. All of you are in pain? All of you are in pain? Ha ha ha. All of you are in pain? You actually said that you were in pain? Ha 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 ha. Are you in pain? Are you really in pain? All the pain that you have endured, all the pain, are just illusions, illusions that you think you are infallible. Can your insignificant pain compare to the pain that Big Brother endured? Wu Jueqing's tears flowed freely. His fingers trembled. All of you are a bunch of heartless things. Heartless. Heartless. All of you have no conscience, none at all. Wu Jueqing roared. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly. That's true. All of you are already saints now. That's awesome. There's no need to remember the Calamity Sword Master. There's no need to remember friendship. Ha ha ha. June Weiling and the other two's faces turned red. They stood up angrily. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. Second brother, we respect you as second brother, but you can't distort the truth like this. We brothers have been suffering for tens of thousands of years. Although the past was unbearable to look back on, which night did she not cry when she dreamed of it? Do you know all of this? What right do you have to criticize us like this? During these tens of thousands of years, no one even dared to make new friends. This pain, do you understand? Do you understand? Do you understand? June Weiling roared, answer me. Do you understand? Do you really understand? I understand. Why don't I understand? Do you think I haven't? Wu Jueqing roared loudly. The eyes of June Weiling and the other two lit up. That's right. How could second brother not have experienced the pain that they had experienced? In fact, they had many brothers by their side. As for second brother, but he was all alone in the heavenly layer, his hometown that he couldn't bear to look back at. What did the three of them do just now? They actually yelled at their second brother who they had not seen for a long time. They really deserve to die. Wu Jueqing sat down sadly and said in a low voice, Three saints, don't look at me with those eyes that say you know how I feel. I don't need your sympathy. You don't deserve it. You don't have the right. I am Wu Jueqing, a small ant that just descended to the heavenly layer. Today, I will tell you a story. Ha ha ha. If the three saints are still in the mood to listen, then listen. If you don't, I, Wu Jueqing, will pretend that I never came. Wu Jueqing's voice was extremely bleak. His heart was hurt, his body was hurt, and his emotions were gone. Second brother, Shiman wanly cried out. Second brother, no matter what you say, we will listen. Yes, second brother, we are all listening. The three of them teared up at the same time. Second brother, please don't mention the word saint anymore. We are still the original us, second brother's brothers. Wu Jueqing felt slightly comforted. He said slowly, all right, I won't mention saint anymore. Let me tell you. Ha ha ha. Back then, there was an accident. With the help of my ancestors, I was lucky enough to escape. My only thought was to take revenge on that person. Wu Jueqing's expression was melancholic. I planned to kill all the Calamity Sword Masters to avenge my brothers. The three of them clenched their fists when they heard this. What second brother wanted to do was also what these brothers wanted to do but couldn't do. It was only until I met the Dharma Supreme that I realized that the Dharma Supreme was actually another generation of tribulation after us, the brains of tribulation, Diwu Chochong. He was also another survivor like me. Wu Jueqing said slowly. So, I started. Later, I finally met a tribulation sword master. It was him who solved all the hatred and mysteries in my heart for me. Wu Jueqing bit his lip hard and said painfully, we were all wrong. We were so wrong that we couldn't be saved. What happened back then? Wu Jueqing cried as he recounted. Our boss was like this gone. Wu Jueqing's eyes were brimming with tears. He murmured, standing on the firmament, pointing his sword at Bai Yundong. Who dared to hurt my brothers? Jun Weiling and the other two who were listening to all this were stunned. Until they heard that sentence. Using my body to open the path of reincarnation, opening the door to the outer realm, bones as the wall, flesh as the road, blood as the wind, soul as the sky. Sending my brothers to the outer realm to fight the extraterrestrial demons, nurturing my brothers to reconstruct their bodies and become immortal, fulfilling my brothers' wishes, becoming immortal in the outer realm, letting my brothers enjoy the glory of heaven and earth, receiving the highest honor. The three of them were suddenly stunned at the same time. The next moment, the three of them stood up at the same time. Jun Weiling shouted angrily, Second brother, is what you said true? You're not lying to us? His voice was loud at first, but towards the end, it started to tremble. Wu Jueqing wouldn't joke about such a serious matter. Although Jun Weiling knew this, he still couldn't help but ask. Before Wu Jueqing could answer, he already had an answer in his heart. Wu Jueqing closed his eyes sadly and said heavily, I'm lying to you? Is there a need? Is there a need to lie about this? Instantly, the three of them were stunned like wooden chickens, as if they were made of clay. If not for the fact that this is the truth and can't be erased, I wouldn't want to believe it either. Before my heart confirms this matter, how is it different from yours? Wu Jueqing said painfully, it's a pity that this is the truth. This is the reality. And I have the responsibility to tell you this truth. Our misconceptions have been going on for far too long. We've let boss down too much. The three of them stood there in a daze. For a long time, no one moved at all. Only their faces had turned ghastly pale. Their majestic bodies that were as immovable as mountains also started to tremble slightly at this moment. Actually, it's not just our boss. In fact, all the previous Tribulation Swordmasters before us were the same. If the Tribulation Swordmaster really betrayed all his brothers just to fulfill his own wish, with their cultivation at that time, it wouldn't be difficult for them to live for tens of thousands of years. But why didn't we see any of them? One or two of them can be said to have met with an accident. I believe you also know that in the past 100,000 years, all the previous Tribulation Swordmasters were the same. Actually, the truth of the matter has long been in front of us. But no matter if it's you or me, we've all turned a blind eye to it and never realized it. It's because everyone thinks too highly of themselves. When they're betrayed and hurt, the first thing they do is to resent and be angry. They never think about the reason. It's better if only one person is angry, but when everyone is angry about the same thing, it becomes the truth. It becomes deeper and deeper, more and more hateful. Wu Jueqing said in a hoarse voice, but think about it calmly. Are you that important? Do you care so much about yourself? Then, what about our boss? The ones who should really feel sad should never be us. It should be the previous tribulation's swordmasters. They gave up everything for their brothers, but in the end, all they got in return was resentment and eternal infamy. Also, do you know why you haven't met any descendants of the tribulation's swordmasters? Wu Jueqing said in surprise. The reason is actually very simple. After the tribulation's swordmasters sent their brothers away, they themselves died. As for their descendants, the history books have always been written by the victors. This is a very reasonable saying. But when it falls on the betrayer and the betrayed, it's a tragedy. Human nature can betray their friends in front of great benefits. Perhaps the truth has long been completely destroyed by those victors. Our boss is dead, so there's nothing left to say. Then, everything will be said by us. How we say it? How will the world listen? Ha ha ha. How laughable. How laughable. How laughable. So we're the victors? Such victors? Wu Jueqing's words were like knives. The three of them lowered their heads in shame. I only know the story of a descendant of the tribulation swordmaster. The only girl who survived was surnamed June. Later on, after the disappearance of the tribulation swordmaster, her family was ambushed and assassinated by the descendants of the tribulation swordmasters until they were destroyed. Wu Jueqing was talking about Jun Shizhu's story. He didn't know that Jun Shizhu wasn't the direct descendant of the tribulation swordmaster, but he said it out loud now. The three of them turned pale. They couldn't stand steadily anymore and sat down dejectedly. With a poof, they sat heavily on the chairs. Chapter 1995. The three saint-level experts would lose their balance and fall to the ground due to some unknown reason. No one with any common sense in martial arts would agree with this fact. But such a ridiculous thing happened just like that. While you're gnashing your teeth at the boss, your descendants are hunting down the boss descendants. They're so filial. They've fulfilled your wishes, Wu Jueqing sneered. For our sake, boss had even sacrificed his life and soul. Now that he's dead, even his soul is gone. There's no future for him, and he's going to have to bear the infamy of eternity. Yet all of you are still sitting here drinking wine, perfectly fine. Even boss's seat has been taken away. All of you have really taken your revenge too thoroughly. The three of them were trembling all over. Baidu search com. Tribulation's love moves heaven and earth. Moves heaven and earth? Pooh. Hee. Wu Jueqing sneered. His laughter was full of mockery and ridicule. But as he sneered, his tears finally fell uncontrollably. Is there really such a thing? June Weiling's voice trembled. Suddenly, he roared, even if there is such a thing, how did you know? What you've said are just conjectures. What evidence do you have? You actually want to get evidence from me? Are you really that considerate? There are so many facts in front of us and you still want evidence? Unfortunately, I really don't have any evidence. Other than what I saw, everything else was told to me by the current tribulation sword master. Wu Jueqing said lightly, he should be the last tribulation sword master. And this tribulation sword master is the one you were talking about just now, the one who killed Heavenly Emperor Mo Yun's son. I entered the Heavenly Imperial Court with him. At the same time, his brothers came up too. His brothers. Wu Jueqing's voice was full of envy. This tribulation sword master surpassed the limits of all the previous tribulation sword masters and ascended with his brothers. At that time, more than 10 golden bridges fell at the same time. The tribulation sword master and his brothers ascended at the same time. That scene, I stood on another bridge and watched in a daze. My heart was full of envy. The brothers were of one mind and never doubted. But us. Second brother. You. Don't say any more. You don't want to say? Why not? Do you think I want to tell you? Do you think I'm talking to you today? Are you worthy? I just don't want boss's heroic soul to pass away. You also have to bear a bad reputation. Jun Weiling and Yin Huan Meng listened to him in a daze. Then, they suddenly cried out in grief. They completely lost control of their bodies and started to cry bitterly. He covered his face with his hands. Tears flowed freely through the gaps between her fingers. Shimin Wanli let out a long sigh, one after another. As he sighed, tears streamed down his face. The person whom he had hated for tens of thousands of years was actually the one who owed him the most? However, he had hated his big brother, his benefactor, the person who had sacrificed everything for him, for tens of thousands of years. 4 tens of thousands of years. How comical was this? What a joke. What kind of ingratitude was this? Also, if the bloodline of his eldest brother's descendants really ended in the hands of his descendants, do I still have the face to live in this world? Second brother is right. Am I worthy? Am I worthy to be called brothers? After a period of silent sobbing, Shimin wanly said, "Step on the firmament. Soar to the east of the clouds. Who dares to hurt my brother?" Suddenly, everyone was shaken from the bottom of their hearts. They had heard this sentence before. It was Boss who said it, but there had never been a moment like this before. When they heard this sentence, they were as shocked as a sudden clap of thunder. It was like a heart that had been cold for tens of thousands of years. At the moment when it heard these words, suddenly, it became boiling hot. "Boss! Boss!" Jun Wei-ling screamed. She laid on the ground and pounded her fists on the ground. She cried bitterly, unable to speak. Wu Jueqing's words were like the sharpest needle that pierced deeply into her heart when she thought about it now. The 3 of them were in so much pain that their hearts convulsed. They almost couldn't breathe. The pain pierced through their hearts. Hee. While you were gnashing your teeth and resenting Boss, your descendants were hunting down Boss descendants. They were so filial and fulfilled your wishes. Boss even sacrificed his life and soul for us. Now that he's dead, his soul is gone, and he can't have any descendants. He even has to bear the infamy of eternity. Yet, you guys are still sitting here drinking wine, and Boss seed is gone. Your revenge is too thorough. I can't help but admire you. I admire you so much that I want to prostrate myself before you. I can't help but admire you. The more they thought about it, the more regretful they felt. They felt that even if they really died now, it would be too late by tens of thousands of years. Yin Huanming sat in a daze with her eyes wide open. It was as if she was an ownerless shell without life and soul. After a long time, a gurgling sound came from her throat. A mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth and dripped down. She suddenly opened her bloody mouth and cried loudly. "Boss, I'm sorry. I've been scolding you all these years. I'm not human. I'm a beast, a heartless beast. I want to go back. I want to go back now. I want to kill that bunch of bastards." Jun Wei-ling's eyes were red and murderous. They actually dared to lay their hands on Boss descendants. Are those bastards still my grandchildren? You don't have to do it. Wu Jueqing smiled bitterly. Karma is a cycle of justice. Our clans have long disappeared in the wind. We don't know who destroyed them. Perhaps it was the new master of Calamity Sword. Or perhaps it was them who had been blinded by their own interests. Jun Wei-ling was stunned. Then, he shouted, "Good job, good job." When they heard that the clans built by their descendants had been destroyed, they naturally felt inexplicably sad. However, this was something that had happened tens of thousands of years ago. Most importantly, when they thought of their wrong thoughts all these years, when they thought of the possibility that their Boss descendants were all killed by their own descendants, they were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They didn't want to think about it anymore. More than that, they didn't dare to think about it anymore. Tears flowed down Wu Jueqing's face. When he first heard about it from Chu Yang, Wu Jueqing was already agitated once. But this time, facing his brothers who had gone through the same thing, he couldn't hide the regret and sorrow in his heart anymore. He cried bitterly. At the same time, countless questions were answered by Wu Jueqing one by one. Why did our boss have to make such a sacrifice? Why doesn't this master of Calamity Sword have to do that now? Why? Why is it so unfair to our boss? Wu Jueqing sobbed and answered these questions one by one. The 3 of them couldn't stop crying. It turned out that the Calamity Sword and the Master of Calamity Sword had its own history and mission. Boss actually didn't meet the requirements and had no choice but to. After a long, long time, the 4 of them finally stopped feeling sorrowful. Jun Weiling, Shimin Wanli, and the rest personally made a new table. All around, 10 seats were neatly arranged. One of them was dignified and solemn, but it was empty. There wasn't a single thing in it. Looking at the newly built table, the four of them burst into tears again. The position of boss had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Today, it was finally set up for him again. However, where was boss now? The brothers were all here. But where was the boss who had given the most, shouldered the most, and thought the most for the brothers? Thinking of this, the four of them felt like their hearts were being twisted by knives. They couldn't control themselves. What followed was an entire day and night. The four of them didn't close their eyes. They kept talking and talking. They kept recalling bits and pieces of the past dawn. Second brother, come back with us. Jun Weiling's eyes were red. Wu Jueqing shook his head slowly. Go and fight the extraterrestrial demons. This is a matter of life and death. My cultivation isn't enough. Even though I'm not afraid of sacrifice, with my current cultivation, even if I force myself to go, I'll only be a burden to you. I don't want to burden others and myself. Wu Jueqing shook his head resolutely. Right now, I'm still working hard to cultivate and improve my own cultivation. When my cultivation is enough, I'll naturally go and look for you. After a pause, Wu Jueqing said, You must take care of yourselves, at least until the day I go and see you. The three of them shook their heads sorrowfully at the same time. What's there to talk about? Boss died for us for tens of thousands of years. Compared to Boss, it's a sin for us to live another day. Wu Jueqing said dispassionately, You're wrong. You let Boss down because you didn't understand his intentions. Whether you're willing or not, you have to work hard to live on and live on together with Boss. The ultimate mission of the Tribulation Swordmaster is to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Although Boss is no longer here, we brothers can't lose face for him. Our only goal in life from now on is to eliminate the demons. Those who dare to commit suicide will not only be letting me down, you'll also be letting yourselves down. More importantly, you'll be letting down Boss who risked his life to protect you. The previous tribulations were all on this heavenly demon battlefield. Everyone was working hard to kill the enemy. We mustn't fall behind the other tribulations. As long as my cultivation is enough, I'll rush over and fight the extraterrestrial demons with my brothers. If anyone doesn't cherish their life and gives it up so easily, then they'll really be letting Boss down. Remember, your lives now aren't just for yourselves. You have to think of Boss and live on for him. Wu Jueqing said gloomily, When we kill all the extraterrestrial demons, we'll have a chance to ask the heavenly Tao to revive Boss. This is the only goal I have for the rest of my life. Wu Jueqing took a deep breath. Revive Boss? The eyes of the three of them lit up at the same time. At their level, they already understood a lot of things and gradually became qualified to know a lot of things. For example, the matter of revival. To ordinary people, it was an extremely absurd thing, but it didn't necessarily mean that it didn't exist at all. Now that they were reminded by Wu Jueqing's words, they all felt that it was really possible. As long as the brothers worked hard and accumulated enough battle merits, they might still have a chance after splitting Boss's share equally. From now on, this will be the goal that we brothers will strive for in our lives. Boss, we must bring you back to life. Chapter 1996. The three of them didn't say much and left hurriedly. PCM. Before leaving, he warned Wu Jueqing again and again. Don't run around. We will come and visit you at any time. Your cultivation is really too weak now. In this world, it's hard to find anyone weaker than you. The other brothers will definitely come and visit you when they know. Hurry up and cultivate. These are some elixirs to help with cultivation. These are some spiritual treasures to help with cultivation. We have to go back and inform the other brothers as soon as possible. Every moment counts, or the other brothers will also come here to seek confirmation from you. You must take care, second brother. Watching his brothers go back, Wu Jueqing took a deep breath and suppressed the bitterness in his heart. I really want to go and fight with you guys, but I can't drag you guys down. Brothers, wait for me. Wu Jueqing didn't reject the cultivation elixirs left behind by his brothers. In fact, he didn't even say anything courteous and accepted all of them. There was no need to be courteous when taking things from his brothers. If he were to be courteous with them, they would probably break his head the moment he said something courteous. Boss, all the brothers already know about your painstaking efforts back then, Wu Jueqing murmured. As long as there's a chance, we must grasp it and revive Boss. The brothers will shed all our blood to apologize to Boss. After a long silence, Wu Jueqing punched the hard and solid ground of the jade rock hard. This punch was completely self-torture. There was no defense at all, no cultivation at all. The ground didn't move, but Wu Jueqing's fist was immediately covered in blood. But he didn't stop. He continued to punch down, scolding angrily. What are you pretending to be cool for? Didn't you also scold Boss like this back then? You met your own brothers. Yet you speak so harshly and make such sarcastic remarks? You scolded them for being ungrateful, but what about you? What about you? What about you? How did you resent Boss back then? 40,000 years. Is your hatred any less than theirs? What are you scolding for? How can you have the face to do that? Sigh. Ever since he knew the truth, the hatred and helplessness in his heart had accumulated for too long. He couldn't let it go. Every time he thought about it, it was like a heart-wrenching bite. He hated it. He hated the heavens. He hated himself even more. Why? Why? And who could tell him why the heavens were so unfair? Why did good people have to suffer so many disasters? Faced with the hatred of his brothers, Wu Jueqing felt as though he had seen himself back then, the same disdain and resentment. Hot blood rushed to his head in an instant. He could no longer control himself. He only knew that he was filled with hatred and anger. He wanted to scold the idiots in front of him until they woke up. Bastard! Bastard! They were brothers. More importantly, it was himself. He was in a trance as he cursed loudly. It was as if Boss was standing right beside him. Since Boss wasn't around, Wu Jueqing had to avenge Boss. Although Boss would never scold him like this even if he were here, Wu Jueqing could no longer control himself. One punch after another. Blood was flowing, and his heart was in pain. No matter how much blood was shed, could it compare to Boss's blood and tears? No. Could he replace Boss's pain? His hands were already numb, and he couldn't feel any pain at all. His white bones were already visible. Wu Jueqing suddenly felt as though all his strength had been sucked out of him. He sat down on the ground and stared blankly at the bright red blood flowing further and further away. A teardrop fell from the corner of his eye and merged into the pool of blood. Wu Jueqing said softly, as though he was smiling and crying at the same time, Wu Jueqing, you're not a good person either, ungrateful. You're just an ungrateful villain. At this moment, Wu Jueqing was just like a helpless child, squatting in a corner and hugging his knees, sobbing. I didn't cry when I couldn't find my brothers. But since I've already found my brothers, why should I cry? But I just can't help but feel my heart ache. Chu Yang had once said, such a hero, even the heavens have to account for it. Wu Jueqing only remembered this sentence. Heroes never die. Even if there was no hope, one had to try his best to create hope. What's more, there was still a hope that, although faint, had once existed. Lone Bamboo City. Chu Yang had already stayed here peacefully for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, he had been collecting herbs like a nouveau riche. Of course, he had definitely collected them with different appearances. If he had only collected herbs with the same appearance, he would probably have been caught on the first day. The market wouldn't be willing to accept such a buyer or seller regardless of the price or cost. However, the situation was different since the 5 of them were separately collecting the medicines. Moreover, Chu Yang would change his appearance and personally go out every day. This had changed the situation from maliciously snatching the medicines to a situation where the supply couldn't meet the demand. Although the end result was the same, the market's reaction was more normal. At least it wouldn't attract too much attention. However, the herbs market in Lone Bamboo City still inevitably became popular. Under the influence of supply and demand, even some herbs from the surrounding cities began to be transported here. Seeing this situation, Chu Yang decisively stopped collecting. On one hand, it might not be a good thing to cause too much of a commotion. On the other hand, he was running out of money. Before he left, Chu Yang had more than 1 million purple cloud coins with him. However, herbs and elixirs that could quickly heal injuries and improve cultivation were naturally very expensive. That million purple cloud coins seemed like a lot, but when it was really needed, he knew that he couldn't stop spending them. In these few days, he had already spent about 70 to 80% of it. Now, the tribulation space was still in a sealed state. He didn't know when it would open again. He had to make more plans for the present. In these few days, Chu Yang would secretly go to the ancestral tomb of the demon race every night. He would find a secluded place to hide and cultivate. At the same time, the divine spirit hidden in Chu Yang's space ring silently flew into the ancestral tomb. The massive amount of heterogeneous death energy accumulated in the ancestral tomb over thousands of years was absorbed by the divine spirit just like that. Although the death energy in the ancestral tomb was heterogeneous and impure and its quality wasn't high, it had the advantage of being massive. The divine spirit first absorbed all of it, then removed the impurities bit by bit and purified it. In less than 3 days, the tribulation divine soul had recovered a little. Although it was still far from its peak, the tribulation divine soul was already very satisfied. That day, the destruction of wind and thunder was the perfect counter to his calamity. His divine soul had almost been completely destroyed. Compared to Meng Wuya, the divine spirit suffered much more serious injuries. However, in terms of its current state of recovery, the divine spirit was definitely recovering faster than Meng Wuya. Firstly, the divine spirit's physique was special. It was almost immortal. Although the injury was serious, it didn't actually harm its origin. As long as there was enough death energy, recovery was only a matter of time. Secondly, even though Meng Wuya was seriously injured, he still didn't want to rest. He was always chasing Chu Yang and mediating with people from all sides. There were many unforeseen events during this time. He suffered many setbacks and witnessed a large number of casualties. His injuries only became more and more serious. Unlike the divine spirit hid with Chu Yang to focus on healing. One had a lot of things to do, while the other had no distractions. The difference in environment between the two was completely immeasurable. In addition, there was another key point. Along the way, the divine spirit not only absorbed a large amount of death energy from the dead on both sides, but also absorbed a lot of pure death energy that originated from Chu Yang but wasn't completely absorbed by Chu Yang. Chu Yang's cultivation had reached a higher level, reaching the level of heavenly being. The efficiency of the layered heaven divine technique was naturally sharper and stronger, and its ability to absorb the world's spiritual energy had also improved. The origin energy transformed by the layered heaven divine technique was almost equivalent to the origin and purest energy of this origin energy. In terms of pure death energy, even an old monster like the divine spirit who had cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, like the divine spirit couldn't compare to Chu Yang in terms of purity. However, because there was still a considerable gap between the cultivation of the two, under normal circumstances, Chu Yang wouldn't be unable to absorb it in time and would overflow. Even if it did, the divine spirit might not care about it. However, the current situation was indeed very special. On one hand, Chu Yang was enduring the cleansing of a large amount of pure spiritual energy from the tribulation space at every moment. The divine spirit's own absorption of the world's spiritual energy was inevitably overflowing. Although the divine spirit's injuries had healed a little, it still needed pure death energy to further nourish its origin. The amount of death energy that Chu Yang overflowed was not large, but the quality was extremely high. These two were a perfect combination. The day when the divine spirit's recovery was really looking forward to. Mo Yuntian's people had now entered the demon emperor heaven. There were even people who came to Lone Bamboo City a few days ago. However, after searching around, they didn't find anything unusual. In addition, this place wasn't far from the core of the demon emperor heaven. Naturally, the people who came didn't dare to rashly offend. Without any harvest, they quickly retreated. Chu Yang seized the time to quickly collect the medicinal herbs and put them into medicine. In these few days, everyone was recuperating and cultivating. Everything was very peaceful. However, Chu Yang knew that such peace wouldn't last for long. The peace now was just a facade before the storm. And at this time, there was a youth in white, walking over with a frown on his face. Chu Yang. Where did this Chu Yang come from? The youth in white frowned with a conflicted face. I already said that he came here to seek refuge. What's the point of giving me this portrait? Why would he appear in the demon emperor heaven with his real face? Unless his brain is fried. As for why this person is like this, it's as if he's been gang raped a few hundred times. Although his human face is really unpresentable, since he can do such a thing, you can't judge a book by its cover. The youth in white was holding the portrait that Chu Yang used to register his residence. With a frown on his face and a grimace, it was as if he was gang raped by 300 strong men. First update. Second update is a little late. Later, I'll have a gathering with my brothers from Tieba on YY. Tonight, I'll work overtime to write the second update. If you can't wait, you can read it tomorrow. Chapter 1997. This is really like looking for a needle in a haystack. The young man in white looked up at the sky and sighed. I wonder how Sister Z is doing now. Sigh. Although I wasn't allowed to enter the palace that day, I was at least 3 steps closer to her. It was the best time to follow up on my victory, but I was called back by my mother at this juncture and was given such a strange task. This is really too much. What could be more important than finding a daughter-in-law for you? I don't understand. I really don't understand. PACOM. Beside him, there were 2 thin old men. As they listened to the young man in white's nagging, the 2 old men's faces were as red as dates and they didn't say a word. If this young man was their grandnephew or something, based on his ability to talk for 10,000 miles, they would have strangled him to death long ago. This old man's ears are full of calluses now. But this young man's identity, the situation was more important than the person, so they had to bear with it. How could they not? Uncle Hu, how many cities have we searched so far? The young man in white turned around and asked. Cough 1. Uncle Hu replied. He felt helpless. My surname isn't Hu. My surname is Gao, okay? You can't call me Uncle Hu just because I'm from the Fox clan. The old men didn't change their surnames, they didn't even change their names. Now that they were old, they had to let a kid change their surname. What the hell was going on? No, he didn't dare to say that. It was a slip of the tongue. Already won. And they were all quiet cities. I just don't understand. Why would such a powerful person choose to stay in a quiet city? The young man in white started nagging again. I think he should be in the capital, or in some place where earth-shattering things could happen. How am I supposed to find him? This is really killing me. The 2 old men's faces were as red as dates, and they continued to remain silent. This old man was a chatterbox. It was no wonder. He had been lying in bed for thousands of years. His mind was clear, but he couldn't speak. Now that he had woken up, it was understandable that he became a chatterbox. But the problem was, the 2 of them were the ones accompanying this chatterbox. There was no end to this torment. You called for help? We haven't even called for help yet. If you said 1 sentence, he would immediately talk to you for 4 hours based on your meaningless sentence. Along the way, the 2 of them had already made up their minds. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they would absolutely not speak to him. Uncle Hu, what city is up ahead? The white-clothed youth asked with great interest. Lone Bamboo City. Uncle Hu's answer was concise and comprehensive. He would not say more than 1 word if he could. Yes, Luohua City was just a little further south from Lone Bamboo City. It's really not that far away. Regardless of whether we can find it or not, we can't find it. How about we all settle down in Lone Bamboo City? The Grand Elder was in high spirits and seemed to be very interested. The 2 old men looked troubled. The mission given by the Demon Empress was a death order. It was abnormally strict and serious, and now, you actually said it. She had become so indifferent. He really didn't know what to do. If something really happened, you are the son of the Demon Empress. Even if you were to be punished, it would just be for show. What about us? Uncle Hu. Look, isn't this place very close to Luohua City? The Grand Elder begged. Although my mother has made it clear that I can't go to Luohua City, but I'll be fine in Lone Bamboo City, right? After all, it's 2 different places. If we have nothing to do, we can still stroll around casually, right? Maybe we can meet Misty when we stroll around. I believe that we are destined to be together. Maybe if we suddenly meet, Misty will realize that this is fate. It's fate that belongs to the two of us. Maybe she will secretly fall in love with me from then on. Then I will have a chance, right? So I can go home with the beauty. The Grand Elder's saliva was everywhere. He was daydreaming for a while, as if it had already become a reality. The two old men were speechless. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. They wailed inwardly, God, Earth, help. Our Grand Elder is going crazy again. It's only been 3 days. He had already made such hypotheses thousands of times. God, our Grand Elder was hopelessly infatuated. Was it useful to declare victory unilaterally? Uncle Ma, please introduce this lone bamboo city to me. The Grand Elder finally changed the topic. My surname is not Ma. Uncle Ma said with a straight face. Grand Elder, my surname is Chio, not Ma. I know. I heard from my mother that you were born in autumn, so your surname is Chio, but you're from the horse tribe, right? Besides, you can choose the time of your birth. If you were born a few months later, your surname would be Dong, right? But your origin and your tribe can't be changed, right? The Grand Elder said eloquently. Tell me, what's wrong with me calling you Uncle Ma? It's a perfect match. Uncle Ma looked helpless. He wanted to argue but couldn't. Facing such an unreliable Grand Elder, even if he had a talent for arguing, he could only be speechless. Uncle Hu looked at him sympathetically. Uncle Ma raised his hands and surrendered. Okay, you can call me Uncle Ma from now on. If he still didn't agree, the Grand Elder would start the lesson immediately and force him to admit that he was Uncle Ma. That would be a long and cruel process. It would be worse than torture. Since he had to accept it in the end, he might as well let his ears suffer less. Then please tell me about this Lone Bamboo City. The Grand Elder was very interested, especially the history of Lone Bamboo City. If I can't complete a mission in the future, I can't tell my mother clearly. It will prove that I did work hard and did not do nothing. The two of them were speechless at the same time. You worked hard? When did you work hard? Don't you dare insult the word hard. Ever since a certain Grand Elder said that he had no ambition and ignored the Demon Empress orders, the two super experts of the demon race were completely discouraged. It seemed that they had no choice but to be discouraged. Following such an unreliable Grand Elder, even if you were a saint, what could you do? So the three of them suddenly slowed down and staggered all the way into Lone Bamboo City. It was as if an excited Gongzi was leading two walking corpses. The two of them were angry. God, let me die. Not only did I have nothing to do, but I also had to bear a chatterbox. Not only did he have to talk, he even changed his surname. They wandered around the city for half a day. The Grand Elder said that he was close to the people. Observe the local customs. The two masters almost hit the wall. This is not your mission. Your mission is to find Chu Yang. After a while, the Grand Elder had enough of the local customs. After being pointed at and scolded for flirting with a girl, he decided to find an inn near the north gate. The people here are not cute, the Grand Elder said. The two masters only felt that their balls were cramping. You flirted with someone's wife in front of her husband. It was already good that we did not beat you up on the spot. When the Grand Elder went out, he would definitely stay in the most luxurious hotel in the city. He would not choose the right one. He would only choose the expensive one. The expensive one might not be the right one, but it would definitely not be the worst one. Although he was not officially going out with his identity, the main purpose was to complete the mission, but the Grand Elder could not lose his status, no matter the time. The best suite. The Grand Elder said to the inn indifferently and matter-of-factly, I want the highest and biggest one here. The inn worker had a difficult look on his face. Dear guest, please forgive me. The room you specified is already occupied. Why don't you? Huh? The Grand Elder was startled. Before he could say anything, Uncle Ma, who had been holding back his anger, said, Ask the person staying in there to get out. Immediately clean it up and make room for us. As soon as he said that, he heard someone say softly on the tip of his tongue, Hey, what's wrong? Chasing a girl and flirting with a girl are all about first come first served. What's wrong? Now that he is staying in an inn, You want to kick him out and make room for you? Do you still care about the justice of the martial world? Is this the justice of the world? TSK, TSK, TSK. Demon Emperor Heaven is indeed Demon Emperor Heaven. This Grand Elder has seen it for himself this time. Awesome. Awesome. Really awesome. I didn't think that there would be someone more awesome than Old Man in this world. This person kept saying Old Man. Completely undisguised sarcasm and ridicule, mixed with a strong sense of provocation. It even revealed a roguish tone. The three people turned their heads at the same time, following the voice. But in the next moment, they were all startled. They saw a person standing at the top of the stairs. His two hands were crossed, and he was looking at them with slanted eyes. From the way he spoke just now, it was clear that this person was definitely a hooligan. It wasn't surprising for him to behave like this. What was more surprising, or rather, special, was that this person's appearance was really a little weird. One of his eyes was big, while the other was small. One of his eyes was round, while the other was triangular. One of his ears was long forward, while the other was long backward. His entire face looked as if it had been punched by the Creator after he was created. Then, he carelessly rubbed his face. Although he could still barely make out the appearance of a human, it was really a little forced. Even his two eyebrows were inverted. Also, this person's voice was extremely strange. It was like a pack of wolves howling in the dark night, mixed with a group of male ducks. The Grand Elder was clearly frightened by this person's appearance. He asked in horror, "What kind of monster are you?" "A little late, sorry." Chapter 1998. That person walked down the stairs, swaying his shoulders. He raised his head, his nostrils facing the sky, and gently blew at the nose hair that floated out of his nostrils. When the nose hair was blown away, this person swung his hair, and with a schwa sound, his messy hair was thrown to one side. PTX. CM. I'm the guest who's staying in the Sky Room 1 now. This person squinted. In other words, I'm the one you want to chase out. As he said that, his whole body twitched and his buttocks contracted. Am I very handsome? When you looked at me like that just now, were you shocked by my appearance? Master Tai's eyes widened, and he suddenly felt that his mind was blank. Although I was indeed shocked by your appearance, and the result was undeniable, the difference between the two was too great. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. As the master of the entire demon clan, he could be considered as an experienced and knowledgeable senior figure. Moreover, in the entire heavenly layer, the demon clan's grotesque appearance was definitely at the top. But even so, he would never have thought that there would be someone in this world who looked so weird. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that words like, "Am I very handsome? Are you shocked by my appearance?" could actually come out from the mouth of this monster in front of him. Where was his conscience? With this kind of conduct, you still have the nerve to ask me where my morals are? Where's the justice? After being stunned for a long time, Master Tai suddenly flew into a rage. In that instant, he actually forgot that the other party didn't want to let him in the room. He pointed at him furiously and shouted, You said this? Do you have any conscience? You asked this? Don't you feel guilty?" Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma, who were about to get angry, almost fainted when they heard this. The other party's question was undoubtedly beyond common sense, but Master Tai's answer seemed to be even more unexpected, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The conflict that should have happened immediately was diverted by the other party's words, and it was diverted to a completely unrelated place. And Master Tai's words were so easy to divert. He just went along with it and didn't even look back. Of course, he also had to be on guard against the sudden counterattack of this strange fellow. It was basically a foregone conclusion that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. Unexpectedly, when the strange man heard this, he suddenly seemed very pleased with himself and said, "You knew my wife when you were young?" The old master was confused again. What was going on? He scratched his head subconsciously and asked, "Do I know your wife?" He thought, "Is this person crazy?" This person was beaming with joy. His two eyebrows were like two earthworms twitching and jumping on his face. It was extremely frightening. He laughed and said in a clear voice, "When my wife saw me back then, the first thing she said was the same thing. What you said just now actually made me experience the taste of love again." Thank you. The taste of love? Grandpa Lin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was so shocked that he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Did I let you taste the taste of love? Heavens! Back then, that little girl wasted a lot of my effort. Just thinking about it makes me sigh. The strange man reminisced. This guy, after such a thing, actually fell into a reverie of the past. What was even more ridiculous was that a certain old master actually felt a burst of sympathy at this moment. He thought of how difficult it was for him to chase a girl. He couldn't help but nod and feel the same. Yes, chasing a girl is really too difficult. As long as you can have the last laugh, any price is worth it. A girl, a girl. The strange man's face showed some nostalgia and also seemed to be sad. A girl, a girl, a girl? Grandpa Lin sighed and was really sad. For a moment, Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma looked at each other in shock. Shouldn't these two people be fighting for the room? Under normal circumstances, the process would be, one insisted on staying, the other didn't give way, and the two of them would fight. Then, if they fought until someone died, it would be normal for the head to bleed, right? Why are they chatting like they know each other so well now? What was going on? How could this be? However, these two people were talking one after another. Neither of them seemed to understand what the other party was talking about, but they felt that what the other party said was very similar to their own experiences. The more they talked, the warmer they became. The more they talked, the more they regretted not meeting each other earlier. Brother, we hit it off at first sight. I'll treat you to a drink. You must give me some face. Grandpa Lin waved his hand generously. I definitely can't give you this face. The strange man glared and waved his hand generously. Unless it's my treat. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. The two of them laughed heartily. Then, the strange man laughed and walked over. He actually put his arm around the old man's shoulder like a good brother. The old man was not on guard and was hugged by the other party. The two of them had their arms around each other's shoulders. As they talked heatedly, they found a table and sat down. Then, the two of them began to bang on the table and shout, asking for wine and dishes. Waiter, serve the wine. I want good wine. The strange man banged on the table. Waiter, serve the dishes. I want good dishes. Grandpa Lin banged on the table. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The strange man raised his head and shouted, If you dawdle, I'll tear down your restaurant. Grandpa Lin said fiercely, Hurry up. Don't be so insensible. The two of them shouted together. They were like two hooligans. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma felt their eyeballs hit the ground at the same time. Fuck. How could this be? What was going on? How could it be like this? The two of them walked over like puppets and looked at the two people sitting opposite them. They were talking about something with exultation. The two of them sat down mechanically, completely speechless. Under such urging, how could the restaurant dare to be negligent? Not long after, the wine and dishes were all served. He saw that the two people opposite him were in high spirits, their saliva flying in all directions. There was no need to mention the opportunistic spirit of exchanging toasts. However, as they talked, the situation changed. It became that strange man talking alone, while Grandpa Lin listened attentively and listened attentively. So, I killed that strange man and took out the spiritual beast core and gave it to her. Ha ha ha. She had a crush on me. Then, her brother didn't agree to our relationship. I was furious. How dare you interfere with my relationship with my wife? How could you do that? That strange man's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. He was in high spirits, insufferably arrogant. Grandpa Lin watched and listened enviously. Because in the end, the other party got her. Just this point alone is already much, much stronger than me. Much, much, much stronger. Women. That strange man felt the other party's admiration and envy, as well as some jealousy. He became even more complacent. My wife looked very fierce at first, but later on, she fell into my hands. In my hands, she's as gentle as water. Of course, This gentleness is only for me. Ha 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 ha. Grandpa Lin raised the wine pot. He poured the wine eagerly with a face full of admiration. Amazing, amazing. I admire you. Let's drink, let's drink. Ha ha ha. That strange man laughed. Suddenly, he rolled his eyes and said, "Sigh. I seem to have neglected a very important thing." The three of them looked at him at the same time. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma were nervous at the same time. Did this guy remember to fight for the room at this time? However, they saw that this person patted his head and said with realization, "We hit it off at first sight. I actually forgot to ask. Brother, what's your name?" Although in the heart, name is just a code name, but it's still better to know this code name. Grandpa Lin also patted his head. Yes, yes, yes. I was too engrossed in listening to you. It's really rude of me. I haven't asked your name yet. The two of them actually laughed awkwardly at the same time, as if they were a little embarrassed. The same action, scratching their heads. As they scratched, they laughed awkwardly. He, puff puff. The two supermasters next to them fell under the chairs at the same time. Obviously, it was not enough. They could only actually crawl under the table. Fuck, there was actually such a weirdo in this world. After putting their arms around each other's shoulders for so long, drinking more than 10 kilograms of wine, being so intimate as if they were wearing the same pants, they actually only remembered to ask each other's names now, and both of them were. Could this be the legendary saying that if they were not of the same family, they would not enter the same house? This pair of birds of a feather was really not just a little bit. There were already too many weirdos like this, but there were actually two of them, and they were so lucky to be at the same table. This was really a lucky chance. The two masters sighed endlessly in their hearts. The two of them were actually able to witness this meeting. It was really the good fortune of 3 lifetimes. My name is Yao Ningning. May I ask for your name? Grandpa Lin directly said his real name, and the two masters did not even have time to stop him. My Grandpa Lin, this Yao Ningning was the name of Demon Emperor Heaven. Who in the entire Demon Emperor Heaven did not know? There would definitely not be a repeat of this situation. If it was a normal person, perhaps they would not know, but this guy had a tyrannical aura. He was obviously a person of the pugilistic world. How could he not know his name? Now that he knew who you were, he could not help but try to worm his way into being friends with you. Just look at how much we worship this guy's theory of picking up girls. Wouldn't he give you whatever you want? Grandpa Lin, you were too. You said you wanted to make friends, that's not a problem. But you have already revealed your identity. How are you going to make friends? Just wait for the other party to kowtow to you. Unexpectedly, that weirdo laughed, his eyebrows dancing. Yao Ningning? Is it a girl and a Yao of that name? Brother, I have to say, your name is a little unsuitable. It sounds like the name of a girl. It's two. He actually started to criticize. The two masters looked at each other, stunned. This weirdo actually did not know that this was Grandpa's name? Who said it wasn't? Grandpa Lin slapped his thigh, as if he had met a confidant, and said, I thought so too, but my mother refused to change it for me. I wanted to change my name, but I was scolded and beaten by my mother. You don't even know, Sai. It's a long story. Your mother is so awesome. You even have a mother to discipline you. That weirdo said with a little envy. The two masters of the demon race looked at each other, dumbfounded. They lowered their heads at the same time and drank their tea with a speechless expression. Weirdo. Definitely a super weirdo. Your mother is so awesome. Sai, his mother was the demon empress. How could the demon empress not be awesome? Chapter 1999. Sai, just mentioning my name makes me cry. Yao Ningning sighed. My mother and a few elders don't call me Ningning. Although Ningning is too feminine, it's still nicer than Erning. Originally from P, Master Tai wanted to cry, but they all call me Erning. They all say that I'm very stupid. Tell me, am I stupid? You say, am I stupid? Am I stupid? This is really unreasonable. The weirdo opposite felt the same. Although you look a little stupid, you're actually not stupid. I can guarantee that. Master Tai was so grateful that he actually choked. You're really a good person. Only you can see that I'm not stupid in this world. The two experts lowered their heads, their faces full of black lines. That's because he's stupid too. Sigh. The two greatest idiots in the world are gathered together to talk about being stupid. Can this be any weirder? But my Yao is not the Yao you're talking about. Master Tai, Yao Ningning, had just said that when Uncle Hu pinched Yao Ningning. He hurriedly realized and corrected himself. Yes, it's the Yao you're talking about. Why are you talking so incoherently? This is not good. A man's words should be like the wind. Once a word is said, it's powerful and resonant. The weirdo looked at him with dissatisfaction. Master Tai smiled apologetically, feeling that he was in the wrong. Thank you for your guidance, brother. May I ask, what's your name? The strange man coughed and raised his head in an insufferably arrogant manner. If you want to talk about my name, it's really famous, like thunder piercing the ears, like the bright moon in the sky. Yao Ningning said fervently, that's for sure. Although I haven't seen you before, just based on your knowledge and experience, I can tell that you're definitely not an ordinary person. I've definitely heard of your great name. There's no doubt about it. That's for sure. My name has once shaken the entire heavenly layer. The weirdo was full of confidence. Brother, let me remind you, sit tight. Don't be scared when you hear my name later. Yao Ningning subconsciously puffed out his chest. Say it. I'm prepared. I'm mentally prepared. Even if I'm surprised, I won't be scared. Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma turned their heads away at the same time. They could not bear to watch any longer. The scene in front of him was too horrible to look at. What was this? In the entire Heaven Valley, there were only a few people who were truly at the top. Could this fellow be more famous than Dee and Empress? How dare he claim to have shaken the entire Heaven Palace? This was clearly a waste of effort. He's raising his status, but why does our madam look so convinced? The other party hadn't even said anything yet, and he had already expressed his trust in him. With this level of intelligence, he dared to argue that he wasn't stupid at all. You're really stupid to the extreme. Brother, listen carefully. My name is Tantan. Tantan is me. I am Tantan. There was no doubt that this strange man was Tantan. He raised his nostrils and said, Have you heard of me? Like thunder in the ear, the bright moon in the sky. Tantan had been practicing martial arts arduously ever since he had come up. He had also been trying his best to rob people. So, he hadn't made many friends. But it was rare for him to find someone who admired him so much today. There was even a slight trend of him becoming an idol. This was the first time Tintin had met a good person who could talk to him so sincerely. In his excitement, he couldn't help but say a few more words. In the end, he saw that this fellow was actually stunned by his words. Such a stupid person was really rare. If he didn't boast a little more, he would be letting down his vanity. Usually, when he was with Chu Yang and the rest, he didn't speak much. Those guys would just cover their ears and leave. This fellow in front of him was still the best. He actually didn't run away then. He would let go, open up, and break through all obstacles. Let's talk about it later. What Tantan said wasn't too far-fetched. Back in the Heaven Valley, other than Chu Yang, his cultivation was indeed very rare. Even Ning Tianya and Wu Jueqing might not be able to beat him. It could be said that his name was definitely in the top 3 of the Heaven Valley. He was indeed a big shot who had once shaken the Heaven Valley. However, this was ultimately not the Heaven Valley, but the Heaven Valley. So, naturally, of course, there was definitely no one who knew about Tantan. On the other side, Grandpa Yao Ningning was also in the same situation. Back then, he was forced to practice martial arts when he was young and didn't have any contact with the Jianghu. Once he went out, he met Zixieqing and was shocked by her beauty. Then, he naturally wanted to take her into his harem. However, he was lured to a dangerous place. Under a sneak attack, he was bedridden for thousands of years. After he came out, he immediately went to pick up girls. He didn't have many friends in his life. Besides, his status was too high. Others didn't dare to casually make friends with him. Meeting Tantan today was the first time in his life that he had such a congenial conversation with someone. So, 1,000 cups were not enough to drink with a bosom friend. But now, Grandpa Yao was stunned. Yao Ningning's face was a little blank. To be honest, Grandpa Yao was really prepared just now. He was prepared to express his admiration after hearing the name of this expert. Words like, "I've heard of your name for a long time, and it's my honor to meet you today," were already in his throat. As long as the other party said his name, as long as he had the slightest impression of him, he would go on and on. But, why was this name so unfamiliar? It seemed that he had never heard of it before. Could it be that he was too ignorant and inexperienced? He rarely walked the Jianghu, so he didn't know that there was such a big shot whose name shook the world. He turned his head to look at the two demon experts. The two of them shook their heads at the same time. Logically speaking, there was no reason for them not to know an expert whose name could shake the entire Heaven Imperial Court. But this Tan, who exactly was he? What? Could it be that you haven't heard of me? You're too ignorant and inexperienced. Tan looked at Yao Ningning unhappily. He was a little discouraged. Damn it. It was so rare for him to show his trump card to others, but he actually met someone who didn't know what was good for him. Young Master Tan suddenly felt dull. He also felt a little embarrassed. It hurt his pride too much. Yao Ningning looked embarrassed. Well, it's probably because I'm often at home and rarely walk the Jianghu. So, I'm ignorant and inexperienced. Forget it. One look and I can tell that you're ignorant. Tan snorted and said with a nasal voice, "Seeing that you have to bring 2 bodyguards when you go out, I know that you don't have much experience in the Jianghu. A real man travels the world alone, repaying kindness and revenge quickly, just like me. Only then can you live freely and happily. Bringing bodyguards when you go out is like a child bringing a nanny when he goes out. Let's not talk about whether there are restrictions or not. In terms of momentum, you're a coward." Tan shook his head. I can't say that you're a coward. Besides, we hit it off at first sight, so I'm embarrassed to say that you're a coward. But if I don't say that you're a coward, I'll be letting my conscience down. Just because the other party didn't know his name, he turned from a brother to a coward in the blink of an eye. The two experts at the side stared at each other. You haven't said that we're a coward? You've said it 8 fucking times. And you still have the face to say, I didn't say that you're a coward. I actually left you some face? Where did you leave this face? Yao Ningning's face instantly turned red. He panted heavily and his eyes were wide open. The two experts were gratified. Master finally knows how to get angry. Sigh, that's right. If it was someone else who was pointed at and called a coward, who wouldn't be able to stand it? It was natural for Master to get angry. The two of them were ready. They were just waiting for Master to get angry and kill this guy with their palms. Master panted a few times with a red face. Suddenly, he turned his head and threw a tantrum at the two of them. I told you not to follow me. Look, look, look. I'm being looked down upon. It's all because of you that I've become a coward in the eyes of my friends. As he spoke, he felt extremely wronged. If it weren't for you following me, would I have become a coward? The two senior experts of the demon race felt as if they were struck by lightning. They stared at Master and couldn't wrap their heads around it for a moment. You're really my father. This isn't what you should be angry about, right? Why? What are you looking at? I'm telling the two of you, don't follow me anymore. Yao Ningning said angrily. I also want to travel thousands of miles alone in the martial world and settle my grudges to my heart's content. In an instant, the two experts of the demon race looked at Tan as if they were going to swallow him alive. They really wanted to strangle this ugly guy in front of them to death immediately. Look at what kind of trouble you've caused. Do you know what you're doing? Yes, this is delightful. Tan cheered loudly. Facing the dangers of the martial world alone, fighting in a moment of life and death, trekking through thousands of mountains and rivers, seeing the rise and fall of the world, admiring the beauties of the world, killing those who deserve to be killed, admiring the 10 great sceneries of the world, making friends from all over the world. Isn't this delightful? Tan looked up to the sky and roared. If life is like this, isn't it delightful? Yao Ningning's blood instantly boiled. He also let out a long roar. He only felt that his chest was full of pride, as if he had already galloped the martial world and trampled the world. He couldn't help but stand up and shout, That's right. Isn't it delightful to roam the martial world like this and travel to your heart's content? I've decided. I want to roam the martial world alone. I want to build an immortal achievement. I want my name to be known for thousands of years. I want to kill recklessly in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I want to wander happily in the reincarnation of life and death. I want to rise proudly in the midst of love and hate. I want to go back and forth between mountains of swords and mountains of blades. Yao Ningning shouted loudly, inexplicably excited. Now, the two experts of the demon race looked at Tan Tan with more and more unfriendly eyes. They already wanted to cut this guy into pieces. What kind of status do you have? You actually want to risk your life in the martial world just because of a few words from you. It's over. It's really over this time. Good. Well said. Tan Tan cheered loudly. This is what a hero should do. Which beauty in the world doesn't like such a man? When Yao Ningning heard the words beauty likes, his eyes lit up even more. Good. I've decided. I support you. Tan Tan clapped his hands and cheered. This is the true nature of a man with iron blood, a hero. Chapter 2000. The two elders of the demon race really couldn't stand it anymore. If this goes on, our great master will definitely be abducted and sold. Who knows what kind of person this guy is? Just look at him. He's not a good person. No matter how you look at him, he looks like a scammer. Our great master is a noob, and a super noob with zero experience in Jianghu. What should we do? Save us. The two elders' hearts were actually filled with these three words. May I ask who you are? Uncle, who had already confirmed that the other party was a super noob, and most likely a scammer. However, he couldn't deny it now. What's your motive for seducing our great master like this? You're asking who I am? Didn't I say that I'm Tan Tan? Your great master is young, and he doesn't roam Jianghu often. It's fine if you don't know me, but you two don't look like nameless people. How can you ask such a question without common sense? Tan Tan was suddenly startled. Then, he said, what did you just say? Seduce? He pointed at Yao Ningning and suddenly burst into laughter. Your shallow experience is your own business, but you can't talk nonsense. Do you think he's a beauty? Seduce. Ha ha. Uncle, who didn't have time to say anything. Yao Ningning had already stood up with righteous indignation. Uncle Hu, what are you talking about? Brother Tan, you're a real man who's open and above board at first glance. How is this seducing me? Besides, am I the kind of person who can be seduced so easily? Am I that stupid? I haven't gone out for a long time, so it's understandable that I lack Jianghu experience. You two always boast about your rich Jianghu experience in front of me. How can you say such amateurish words at this time? I feel ashamed for you too. Uncle Ma was about to refute, but he was stopped by Great Master. You also shut up. Unspecified currency. Unspecified currency, I don't want to hear your voices again. Please don't disgrace me. The two of them were tongue-tied and speechless, completely at a loss of what to do. My dear Great Master, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Brother Tan, don't let them spoil our mood. Come. Let's continue drinking. The two of us are going to roam the Jianghu. I know that I'm not experienced enough, so I'll have to rely on Brother Tan to take care of me. Yao Ningning passionately urged him to drink. His attitude was so humble. The two uncles at the side felt their hair stand on end as they looked at the entire Heaven Valley. My Empress Dowager couldn't possibly be so respectful to anyone. Even to the demon Empress herself, she was fearful and frightened. But she wasn't respectful at all. Tan Tan squinted his eyes. It's not impossible for you to wander the Jianghu with me. I'll certainly protect you. But what is your cultivation level now? Don't fucking take 2 steps and you'll be dead. Yao Ningning was furious and said, I'm only 1 step away from breaking through to the Deva realm. Is this cultivation enough? What? Fuck you. Tan Tan was gobsmacked. Her eyes were wide open. Your cultivation level is so high, you little gigolo? Motherfucker, you really don't show your true colors. Tan Tan hadn't expected that this idiot's cultivation would be higher than his. Motherfucker. He had always worked so hard that he even went to the official heavenly treasury to rob. Only then did he manage to scrape together some treasures to raise his cultivation level rapidly. Not long ago, he coincidentally obtained the yin-yang fish, which raised his cultivation level to the saint level. The speed of his cultivation advancement could be said to be unprecedented. Just as he was feeling complacent, he hadn't expected that he would randomly meet a guy who was obviously lacking in brains on the road, whose cultivation level was actually higher than his. Could it be that the heavens didn't have eyes? How could such a situation occur? Uncle Hu and Uncle Ma's anger rose again. They couldn't wait to chop Tan Tan into meat paste on the spot, crush him, and scatter his ashes. You fucking bastard. You really know how to curse. Just a casual curse, and you directly cursed the two pinnacle figures of the demon emperor heaven. Fuck your grandfather? Who was Yao Ningning's grandfather? He was a super figure that even the demon empress had to call Big Brother. As for fucking you, it was even more of a bastard. Who was Yao Ningning's mother? Her Majesty the demon empress. When Yao Ningning first heard this, she was more or less uncomfortable. But when she heard the last sentence, a wise man doesn't show his true colors, her anger immediately turned into joy. After being scolded, she was actually proud and high-spirited. Humph, you're just making a fuss because you've seen too little. I have a lot of trump cards. Even a celestial being expert may not be my number one. Tan Tan was even more surprised. Really? You're not bragging, right? How on earth did you cultivate, little one? How can you have such a high cultivation level? The demon empress suddenly had a feeling of exaltation. So there's also a day when I'm worshipped by others. The heavens pity me. This is really too rare. What's the big deal? It's nothing but hard work. Yes, hard work. Hard work. I wake up early and sleep late, and cultivate continuously until my hands are blistered. Yao Ningning boasted shamelessly, blowing his own trumpet. He really couldn't find any evidence, so he could only make up some nonsense. The two senior experts of the demon race lowered their heads sadly. Hard work, wake up early and sleep late. Blisters on my hands. I really can't listen to it anymore. None of these words seem to have anything to do with the demon empress. Stop bragging. The sky is full of dust. Tan Tan couldn't hide the envy on his face anymore. He said, in martial arts cultivation, the one who reaches the top first. I've cultivated for more than 20 years, but I'm only at the saint level, and I'm still so proud of it. I sigh. I've suffered a blow. Let's not talk about it. Cultivated for more than 20 years? Saint level. Yao Ningning was also shocked when he heard this. For him to be able to get to where he was now, he knew what kind of prerequisites he had. The value of those treasures he had used over the years was enough to pile up a peak celestial being expert. It was also because he didn't know what hard work was. With so many good materials on him, he could barely pile up a peak saint level. But the one in front of him was clearly a grassroot. He had actually reached the saint level. He was a real genius. Although there was a difference in the cultivation of the two, in fact, there wasn't much of a difference. So, the following conversation became more congenial. Compared to Yao Ningning, who was shocked, the two demon clan elders were shocked. They really didn't see that this little guy was really not simple. He had only cultivated for more than 20 years, and he had already reached the saint level. It was rare and commendable. The vision of these two demon clan elders was extraordinary. They had already seen through Tan Tan's real situation. But at this moment, when they suddenly heard Tan Tan's age, they couldn't help but observe carefully again. They judged from Tan Tan's bone age. This little guy was at most in his early 20s. Moreover, he was an outsider, not a disciple of a super sect. Under such conditions, it was really rare and commendable to have such a cultivation. So, the disgust they felt towards Tan Tan was not so strong. In fact, they even found him slightly more pleasing to the eye. Unfortunately, this pleasing to the eye didn't even last for a moment, because the next topic of conversation made the two demon clan elders have the impulse to run away. You don't know my mother. My mother is too strict with me. Hey, you said that I want to chase women. I want to pick up girls. Aren't these proper things? This is a big matter related to the continuation of the bloodline of our descendants. But my mother just ordered me to come back. She wanted me to find a man. Yao Ningning sighed. Find a man? Your mother is really outrageous. To be honest, what do women know? They have long hair and short knowledge. Tan Tan was disdainful. But I have to say that your mother is really good at talking. Yao Ningning slapped his thigh. Who said she wasn't? Whatever I said, she vetoed it. Whatever I wanted to do, she definitely wouldn't let me do it. Even my food and drink. She wanted to control it. I didn't have any freedom at all. Is your mother sick? Although it's not nice to hear, I have heard of a disease called obsessive-compulsive disorder before. It's very similar to what you said. Tan Tan disagreed. Uncle Ma and Uncle who expressed that they really couldn't stand it anymore. If anyone knew that the outrageous and insane woman these two bastards were talking about was the current demon empress, then the biggest joke in the Heaven Imperial Court would be born. Don't worry. If you follow me from now on, I guarantee that you will eat and drink well. You will do whatever you want. Tan Tan patted his chest. I have rich experience in the Jianghu. I can't be wrong. Master Tin nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After a round of drinking, both of them looked drunk because they didn't deliberately use their martial arts to evaporate the alcohol. Come, come, come. Let's drink again. Both of them were the kind of people who didn't know the depth of the situation. They continued to drink. After a short while, they were already dead drunk. Little Ning Ning, if you follow me from now on, your life will be so wonderful and so splendid. Tan Tan was tongue-tied. Naturally, his words were getting more and more out of tune and incoherent. I must see it well. Yao Ningning held her head and looked over. Tan Tan's head had already become 3 heads, swaying back and forth. Wait a moment. Let's find my senior brother first. My senior brother, he's a really amazing person. He's the #1 person in the heavenly layer. I'm at most #2, Tan Tan burped. Apart from his looks being a little worse than mine and not being as handsome as me, everything else is better than me. #1 in the world. Really, your senior brother, is so powerful? Yao Ningning asked subconsciously. She kept nodding. She tilted her body. Of course. Following my senior brother will be infinitely exciting, infinitely wonderful, infinitely. Tan Tan was very proud. Then, what is your senior brother's name? Tell me. Let me worship him too. He, is called Ichiong. Ichiong? Yes. Chapter 2001. The Grand Elder and the 2 elders couldn't take it anymore. It was already weird enough that he was called Tan Tan, but his senior brother was actually called Ichiong? This is really that and that and that. Your senior brother isn't as handsome as you? That's for sure. Even though Yao Ningning was already dead drunk, he still subconsciously shuddered. He wasn't as handsome as Tan Tan, which meant that he was uglier than Tan Tan. Then his image was really unimaginable. How was he compared to Chu Yang, who seemed to have been raped countless times? Junior brother had already reached such a stage. Then how weird would senior brother be? Could he be a little more normal? Could he? The 2 elders of the demon race were also secretly deliberating in their hearts. Oh right, where's your senior brother now? You should have a destination to look for him, right? Him? He should be here. Humph, Tantan slurred, even though he's running around. How could he hide from me? A rumbling sound came from Tantan's chest. It sounded as if Tantan's stomach was rumbling when an outsider heard it. There was no lack of ridicule in it. Unexpectedly, Tantan's stomach suddenly bulged, and he shouted, "Motherfucker, drink!" The little movement in front of his chest instantly disappeared without a trace. The 2 elders of the demon race revealed a puzzled look at the same time. The 2 of them were finally drunk. You have to get a room. Stay here first. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the martial world. Tantan's voice was muffled. Go find my senior brother and have endless fun. Okay. The Grand Elder felt dizzy and agreed repeatedly. It seemed that he didn't know what he was talking about. He was completely at a loss. Tan Tan walked a few steps and suddenly patted his head. He looked over with drunken eyes. Motherfucker. I almost forgot. You little bastard. You little bastard. You just said that you want to snatch my room? When this sentence came out, even the staff standing behind the counter fell to the ground with a face full of speechlessness. Oh my God. You only realized it now? What kind of mental illness is this? The two elders of the demon race were furious. His face was filled with black lines, and he was about to step forward and beat this bastard to death. Little bastard? Little bastard? Is this how you scold our Grandmaster? If the Grandmaster were to do that, then what would our demon empress become? What kind of mother is she? Hey, hey, hey. Yao Ningning's body swayed as she grabbed Tan Tan's arm. Then, she righteously and sternly said, Big brother, you must have misheard. You misheard? Was that even possible? That's impossible, right? Tan Tan swayed in confusion. You must have heard wrongly. It's absolutely possible. Grandpa Tai nodded with absolute certainty. So, you didn't say those words? Tan Tan was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Why is my memory so bad? Definitely not. Yao Ningning's face was pure and innocent. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Do they look alike? It really doesn't seem like it. Those words really don't sound like something someone like you would say. After all this time, it turns out that I misheard. I'm sorry, brother. I've wronged brother. He pointed to his own head. Once I'm drunk, I don't think clearly. What nonsense are you spouting? It's all right. No matter. No matter. Grandpa Tai nodded repeatedly. He expressed that he didn't mind. He really didn't mind. The two bowed to each other and prepared to return to their rooms to sleep. I'll send you off. I'll send you off. Let me send you off. They weren't done yet. The two experts who couldn't bear it any longer pulled each of them up the stairs. Grandpa Tai was still struggling as he shouted, Big Brother Tan, you're not allowed to sneak away tomorrow. I'll definitely follow you. Tan Tan had already started to snore. After much difficulty, the two super talents were finally thrown into their respective rooms. The two senior experts of the demon race were speechless. They could only weep. What should we do? What should we do now? You ask me? Who should I ask? How would I know what to do now? To be honest, he had lived for tens of thousands of years, but this feeling of helplessness that made him want to cry but have no tears to shed had never appeared before. But this time, he had experienced it, hundreds of times within a few days. Hundreds of times. What do you think is the origin of that person? Uncle who became cautious. Why are you still pretending it this time? You don't think that I can't sense it, right? Uncle Ma sighed. Because of this, we can't leave. We have to watch. You're right. I vaguely feel a faint devil energy from his body. It's faint, but it feels exceptionally real. Uncle who nodded affirmatively. I also have this feeling. But this strange and real devil energy is definitely not the energy of the extraterrestrial devil. Uncle Ma concluded. Yes. His appearance also seems a little magical. He looks 30% like a human and 70% like a ghost. It's more than magical, moreover. This guy actually has a senior martial brother here. It's said that this senior martial brother is even worse than him. I don't know what he's up to. He must have a major conspiracy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately approached Titan. Moreover, he would always target Titan's weak points. If he hadn't put in a lot of effort in advance, he wouldn't have done this. That's right. After putting in so much effort, who would believe that he doesn't have a conspiracy? Immediately report this matter to the Demon Empress. All right, but don't be too rigid. Leave some leeway. I think Titan really cherishes this person. Leave some leeway in everything so that we can meet again in the future. That's reasonable. Let's wait and see for now. I believe that no matter what happens, it won't be to the point where we, the two saints, can't handle it. That's natural. However, Titan's idea of roaming the martial world must be dispelled. There are too many variables. That's right. However, the final decision still needs to be made by the Demon Empress. Sigh. Once this matter is spread, I reckon we'll be skinned alive by the demon empress. This is something that can't be avoided. Who asked us to have such a duke? The communication jade flickered, and the news here was sent back. Looking at Titan, who was sleeping soundly on the bed and reeking of alcohol, the two of them were speechless. At this moment, they were already in tears. The news on the other side was quickly sent back. The communication jade flashed, and a few words appeared. It was the work of the demon empress. This is a good opportunity. Let him suffer a little, and he will know the hardships of the world. It's fine as long as we control the scale. The two of them were dumbfounded. What the hell? What kind of mother is this? They thought that the demon empress had received such shocking news. She would definitely let her son go back immediately. How did it become? It's good for him to suffer a little. The problem is, if Titan really suffers a loss, what should we do? How should we control the scale? How can we control it so accurately, especially when we're roaming the martial world with such a weirdo? In the Empress Palace, the demon empress sighed helplessly. 2 fingers rubbed the space between her eyebrows, and she muttered, "Then I'll have to take over Demon Emperor Heaven in the future. If I don't go through some training, how can I do it?" But Chu Yang calmly looked at the destroyed houses not far away from him. His heart was so angry that it felt as if it was about to explode. For the sake of stability, all of them lived separately. Those who lived here, they were Chu Yang's 2 subordinates. But the situation now was very obvious. They must have been discovered by Mo Yuntian's pursuers. After a battle, they died. 2 people died. They didn't say the whereabouts of their other companions. This result made Chu Yang even more furious. Chu Yang was sure. His disguising skills were unparalleled in the world. After he changed his appearance, it was very difficult for others to recognize his true appearance. But this wasn't absolute. It was like saying that no matter how he disguised himself, he couldn't hide from those few people. Mo Qingwu, Tai Butian, Wu Qianqian, Tan Tan, Meng Chaoran, and others. Those were his closest relatives who were so familiar with him that he couldn't be more familiar with them. Perhaps as long as their eyes met slightly, no matter how he disguised himself, it would be futile. If his disguising skills weren't seen through, but he was still discovered by the enemy and died, then it meant one thing, a very serious thing. The people who came with Mo Yuntian and the others this time must be familiar with these people, and they must be very familiar with them. Or their senior and junior brothers. Or their masters and uncles. Only these people who were extremely close to them, could see through Chu Yang's disguising skills and see through their true appearances. But now, these people whom they regarded as extremely close to were the biggest accomplices in harming their lives. If this inference is true, then people from Mo Yuntian and the other 2 super sects have already arrived at Lone Bamboo City. Chu Yang had such an understanding in his heart. I just don't know if these sects have any connections with Mo Yuntian's army. Have they joined forces? Whether or not they have, things are developing in a tricky direction. Then his body dissipated like smoke and quickly left the scene. The people from the sects are already here. Everyone, think about what we should do. Bai Yuqin's face was a little pale. In the sect he originally belonged to, Bai Yuqin's status was extremely high, and he was already the number 3 figure. This time, he was the leader who led the disciples to explore the ruins. However, he never thought that when he met his former fellow disciples again, they would actually become enemies. The other people's faces were also pale. Of course, they were sincerely convinced by Chu Yang and treated him with sincerity. However, what about the sects that had nurtured them in the past? What should they do? If there was some hesitation before, there was no more now. The reason was simple. Once they arrived, they found the other 2 people and killed them without hesitation. This was already a kind of attitude, a kind of declaration. They and their former sect were already irreconcilable, and their standpoints were clear. Chapter 2002. But, since they are heartless, don't blame us for being heartless. No one was the first to say it. Although everyone was thinking of this sentence, but to really say it out loud required courage. Other than courage, it also required the recognition that there was no turning back. Over there were still clans, relatives, parents, brothers. Once they really did that, they would be completely isolating themselves from the past. Perhaps they would not have the chance to touch it for a very, very long time, or even in this lifetime. This was undoubtedly a heavy spiritual burden that no one was willing to bear. It had nothing to do with whether they could bear it. It was just that they were not willing to bear it. However, if he didn't resist, it would be equivalent to giving away his life for nothing, giving it away to someone else. And, since they were already here, then unless they never showed their faces, as long as they showed their faces, there was a possibility of meeting them. Once they met, there was only death. The two brothers who died outside were already the best proof. Up till now, there were only 30 people left. Everyone had an obscure expression and did not say a word. Elderby, is there any contact between the sect and the Mayan Tian soldiers? Is it possible? Chu Yang asked implicitly. Logically speaking, it should not be. Bai Yuchen's guess coincided with Chu Yang's. Chu Yang nodded slowly. Now is the time for them to redeem themselves. If they can't capture or kill us with their own hands, they will also be in trouble. Bai Yuchen took a deep breath and said, therefore, under such circumstances, they will be able to redeem themselves. There is basically no possibility that they will inform the soldiers, because that means they have lost the chance to redeem themselves. Everyone nodded. But they are really too familiar to us. Che Shuchu's words made Chu Yang sigh. And everyone who is related to us is under their control. This is where the fundamental problem lies. Che Shuchu sighed deeply. We are afraid of breaking the vases. Chu Yang's expression was calm. He said, speaking of this, it is not a problem for me. Tell me their appearance and strength. Let me do this. You said that you were all too familiar with them, but they are not strangers to you either, right? As long as you don't do it yourself, they have no reason to harm your family. Moreover, they don't have any evidence. Chu Yang said in a heavy voice, since that's the case, I'll deal with them first. Blindly waiting is just like sitting and waiting for death. There was no way out. If they were destined to kill, then let me do it myself. Bai Yuchen looked haggard. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she closed her mouth. According to Chu Yang, it seemed to make sense, but in reality, it was just deceiving oneself. By pointing out the identities and origins of those people, I'm basically guiding Chu Yang to send them to hell. What's the difference between this and doing it myself, however? As Bai Yuchen's mind raced, a few other thoughts surged. It was true that she had many good brothers in the sect, and she also had a few brothers whom she loved dearly. However, since these people had come here, it meant that they had already made it clear that they were her enemies. Among the two people who had been killed, one of them was an old friend of his. The people he had mentioned were undoubtedly acquaintances as well. If they weren't acquaintances, other than the people in his heart, no one else would have been able to recognize him. Only those who were the most familiar with them could possibly see through their true identity. Then, if they met her, what would they do? Would they let her off? Thinking of this, Bai Yuchen's entire body turned cold. The answer was obvious. Absolutely not. Both sides had clear standpoints. What was she hesitating for? It was already extremely rare that Chu Yang was willing to do it for her. She really shouldn't be hesitating here. The biggest benefit of me doing it is that your family in Mayun Sky will not be implicated. Because, from the start till the end, all of you did not show up. Chu Yang said lightly. Bai Yuchen felt ashamed. Everyone also lowered their heads. Yes, Chu Yang didn't do this to deceive himself. Instead, he was leaving a way out for himself. Elder Bai, how's your arm? Chu Yang asked with concern. The time is not ripe yet. Bai Yuchen smiled bitterly. Chu Yang grunted and did not say anything. An injury like a broken arm was not an injury that could not be healed for a high-level martial artist. According to Bai Yuchen's cultivation, she could have regrown her broken arm long ago. But because of the previous fierce battles, her vitality was greatly damaged, and the damage to her body was even more severe. It was inevitable that her vitality would be insufficient in a short period of time, and it would take time to regrow it. This kind of thing could only be done when one's vitality was abundant. But now, Chu Yang only had 2 heavy pills left, and he still had to prepare for emergencies. The spring of life was all gone, and the rest of the elixirs were basically all in the tribulation space. There was nothing he could do about it, and he could do nothing about it. After saying a few words, Chu Yang took the recorded information and slowly walked out. At the very least, the new defectors could not show their faces in the short term. Once they were recognized, the risk would be too great. Not only would their lives be in danger, as long as one of them did not keep his mouth shut and was interrogated, then they would all be wiped out. Chu Yang did not dare to take the risk of causing such serious consequences. As for now, at least the people of the three big sects had confirmed that these people were hiding in Lone Bamboo City. So, the people of the three big sects were bound to gather in Lone Bamboo City. There were at least a few thousand experts in this group of people. How could he fight against them? Could he only rely on himself? Even if his cultivation had improved greatly, and he was confident that he was the #1 person in the celestial being level, he was still alone and could not win against so many. There was no chance of winning if he attacked head-on. Chu Yang frowned and thought of a countermeasure. He walked into his room and thought carefully with a heavy face. After a long time, he still could not come up with a good countermeasure. Whenever he thought of the sad faces of Bai Yuqin and Che Shuchu and the other 30 people, that kind of indescribable heartache, Chu Yang's heart was very heavy and also very angry. The people who were searching for them. It could be said that Bai Yuqin and the others thought that they were the closest to him. This kind of naked betrayal, this kind of undisguised blow, people who had not experienced it would really find it hard to understand. Those people might have their own high-sounding reasons. For the sake of the sect, for the continuation of the bloodline, for the sake of many, many principles. All in all, saying it out loud was just and honorable. But it was undeniable that they were coerced to kill their own brothers, even to kill their own masters, their own disciples, and the cause was just a mistake. It was even a mistake that was not made by their own people, just for the sake of revenge for a scum. Chu Yang pondered for a long time and finally made up his mind. Since it was destined to be unavoidable, it would not be him and the others who would be killed. It would be the enemies who would be slaughtered. Then, he would be the one to wield this butcher's knife. That night, Chu Yang was dressed in black and masked. Behind the mask was a completely changed appearance. Like a ray of light, he quietly flashed out of the window. Galloping in the night wind, the cold wind blew in his face. Chu Yang felt a long-lost throbbing. It seemed that it had really been a long, long time since he had assassinated someone like this. In an inn that was not very large. A few people from Iron Sword Sect, one of the 3 super sects of Ink Cloud Sky, were discussing in a room. For the time being, we have not found the whereabouts of Bai and I. We also have not found any traces of the others. A person said softly. Bai Yuqin, the former #3 figure of Iron Sword Sect, the elder of these people, had actually become Bai and I in their mouths. And they said it so matter-of-factly. So, only the Frost Sect has found the 2 traitors of their sect? We in Ghost Realm did not find anything? Yes, Ghost Realm's people also did not find anything. This is simply nonsense. There are no Ghost Realm's people here. What can they find? Wu Sheng? That's true. But the current plan is to find the whereabouts of Bai and I and the others as soon as possible and end this matter quickly. Use their heads to report. Only in this way can we appease Sky Emperor's anger and protect our Iron Sword Sect. Otherwise, once Sky Emperor is furious, it will not be so easy to bear. Our Iron Sword Sect is a super sect in the eyes of others, but in Sky Emperor's eyes, we are not as strong as an ant. How would we not know? But currently Bai and I and the others are hiding very well. What can we do? If we really cannot find them, we must definitely not find them. We must find them. The situation now is very obvious. Either they die or we die. From tonight onwards, instruct everyone to secretly check every room. Focus on the appearance of the people inside. Confirm and check one by one. Yes, I've checked and made a mark. Sift through the entire city. Don't miss a single person. If we do this, will we offend people we do not need to offend? We can't care. If we can't catch them, the entire sect will be gone. Are you still afraid of offending people you do not need to offend? Yes, yes, yes. I know my mistake. Before first elder and second elder arrive, you must check clearly. Yes. At this moment, there seemed to be some kind of muffled voice outside the door. Although the voice was very low, the group of people here were all experts, and they were instantly alert. These people were a small team of Iron Sword Sect, or rather, the Vanguard. It was also the second day of their arrival in Lone Bamboo City. Although they were not the main force, the overall strength of this small team of more than 30 people was not bad. The cultivation of the weakest was at the beginner level of Saint. Naturally, their alertness was very high. What's going on over there? The leader asked in a low voice. There were only 7 or 8 people in the room, and they were all high-ranking people with a certain amount of power. Outside, there should be more than 20 people distributed in various rooms, or in charge of security patrol. This question was naturally directed to the people outside. However, he did not receive an answer from anyone. The night wind whistled, and although everyone was in the room, they could not help but feel their hair standing on end. Chapter 2003. Furthermore, it was highly possible that the people outside had already been killed by the enemy. Everyone held their weapons in their hands at the same time, and they were on high alert. PACOM. At this moment, under the gaze of the 8 people, the wooden stick behind the door softened like noodles and shattered into pieces. It turned into sawdust and dissipated on the ground. Then, the 2 doors opened with a wah sound, and the night wind blew, and just like that. However, there was no one outside the door. Everyone's eyes were filled with fear and anger. Looking out from the open door, they saw 22 corpses neatly placed in the courtyard. All of them were lying on the ground, not moving at all. The night wind blew, and the clothes of these people fluttered weakly and miserably, as if it was announcing their deaths. This hidden enemy had obviously killed everyone one by one, and even placed the corpses neatly outside the door. Until now, no one had discovered it. What did this mean? May I ask, who are you? Have you arrived in the dark night? The leader gathered his courage and asked loudly. In the dark night, a cold laugh sounded. Who are you? What is your status in the Iron Sword Sect? Following the voice, everyone's eyes flashed. A person suddenly appeared in the courtyard, standing in front of the corpses. He was dressed in black, and his face was covered with a black cloth. He almost blended into the night. May I know who you are? The leader asked cautiously. That person was silent for a moment and said, "The road to the Yellow Springs is long, and you can look forward to it. Why do you need to know who I am?" Everyone swiftly thought about those who accompanied the Grand Emperor to the Eastern Royal Immortal Realms, but none of them seemed to be the culprit. Also, for those unfamiliar faces, none of them seemed to have the capability to silently kill so many people. They could not help but be astonished. Who is this person? In the dark night, a sword light suddenly flashed, and that person's body seemed to sway. In the room, the person closest to the door spurted out blood from his throat. His hands clutched his throat tightly, and his eyes bulged out in anger. His body spasmed, and he fell to the ground and no longer moved. Everyone looked at each other in shock. There were so many people gathered in one place, but not a single one of them saw how the person on the other side drew his sword. Yet, someone on their side had already been killed. I've never been a patient person. The most annoying thing is when I ask a question, but no one answers. The black-clothed man's hands were empty. No one could see where his sword was. He said indifferently, "Now, please answer my question. What is your name? What was the status of a sect? These are useful to me. Therefore, you still have a chance to live." The 7 of them suddenly felt a wave of shame and anger rush up to their heads. They were instantly enraged. What are you? What right do you have to interrogate us like we're criminals? Could it be that you really think you're going to beat us? Kill him. A cold light shot out from the leader's eyes. The 7 of them roared as they raised their weapons and attacked at the same time. You're courting death. That person chuckled. His black figure swayed as he walked forward step by step, facing the saber light and sword shadows. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in the park, completely not putting him in his eyes. Then, a beautiful sword light suddenly lit up in the dark night. It was like a beautiful meteor, sharp as if it was going to tear the world apart. The next moment, that black-clothed man had already arrived in front of the leader. He held a shining sword in his hand and pointed it at the leader's throat. "Tell me, your name, your position." Behind the black-clothed man, everyone's body was trembling and motionless. Then, one by one, they fell down. Blood quickly dyed the ground red. The late autumn wind blew. The temperature of the flowing blood quickly dropped and cooled on the ground. The leader looked at the black-clothed man with eyes that were about to split open. Suddenly, he laughed bitterly and fiercely moved forward. Although the black-clothed man sensed it, he had no intention of retracting his hand. He looked at the leader's throat with unusual coldness. The tip of the sword immediately pierced deeply into his throat and blood gushed out. The leader's body spasmed as he stared at him. There was a trace of ridicule in his eyes. "Do you want to know? I won't tell you. I won't tell you even if I die." "Not bad. I didn't expect there to be so many heroes in the super sect. Today is an eye-opener." The black-clothed man looked coldly at the tip of the sword that had just been pulled out. "This way, I can at least retain some respect for you." The black-clothed man's figure rushed to the sky. In a flash, he was already gone. This night was destined to be a night of killing, a night of bleeding. In just one night, nearly 1,000 Jianghu people were killed, either in the inn, or in the rented houses, or on the road, or in the brothel. Everyone's body was not cleaned up. They just died there. Early the next morning, the entire lone bamboo city was suddenly in an uproar. Suddenly, more than 1,000 Jianghu people were killed. This kind of explosive news was absolutely shocking. Not to mention, among the dead people, there was a top master of the celestial being level. The fourth elder of the ghost realm had died here in such a baffling manner. Everyone who knew the identity of the dead people was not only shocked, but also terrified. What on earth happened that caused so many people to die at the same time? Moreover, looking at the symptoms of death, it seemed that it was done by the same person. What kind of crazy butcher was this to be able to kill so many experts in one night? For a moment, everyone was in danger, afraid that the nameless butcher would come for them. At this moment, outside the south gate, a group of people came from afar. A figure came out of the city like a meteor and greeted them, saying a few words. The group of people abruptly stopped in their tracks. Their faces instantly turned ugly. "We have less than 400 people in Lone Bamboo City, and more than 350 of them died? The rest is less than 10% of the total?" The leading old man with an aquiline nose frowned and asked.
"Yes."
The messenger's face was pale. "The reason why we were able to survive was because we lived in a relatively secluded place. Furthermore, we did not have time to contact anyone else. That was why we were able to survive. If we had contacted anyone, I'm afraid we would have. The dead were all killed by sword wounds?" "Yes." The aquiline-nosed old man thought for a moment. "Enter the city immediately. I want to see everyone's fatal wounds." At this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared, as if it was flying from the sky. Under the bright sun, it whistled, and in an instant, it became a storm that could sweep the sky and the earth. There's no need to enter the city to see. You can also see it from here. You can see it very clearly. The price is the lives of those who stay here," a cold voice said. Then, the sword light whistled by. The aquiline-nosed old man was shocked by the sudden change, but he quickly regained his composure and shouted, "How dare you!" He quickly drew his sword to meet the attack. But the attacker had already rushed into the crowded group from the side. The magnificent sword light suddenly spread out. In an instant, the whole world was filled with the magnificent sword energy, and the air seemed to be cut into pieces. Cries of alarm and screams could be heard incessantly. "Ha ha ha ha! Open your eyes and watch carefully. We'll have fun when you enter the city." The aquiline-nosed old man had just risen into the air on his sword. The figure had already passed through the crowd like a gust of wind and turned into a ray of light under the sun. It disappeared into the horizon, and there was no trace of it. It came suddenly, and left carelessly. Only the extremely arrogant, ear-piercing laughter was still echoing in the morning wind, lingering in the air. The aquiline-nosed old man was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He roared, "Bastard!" A moment ago, the group was very orderly, but now, with a chisel action, a passage of 3 feet wide and hundreds of feet long was opened. In this passage, there were broken limbs and bodies everywhere, dripping with blood. There were also a few heads on the ground. In the pool of blood, they continued to roll slowly. The entire official road was now stained with blood, soaked in it. It was only a short moment from start to finish. When they thought that it was the safest, when they were the most unguarded, when all of their people were gathered, they were brutally and unreasonably chiseled by the other party. The morning sun in the sky was witnessing this cruel and bloody process. The executioner who had been killing for an entire night actually did it in broad daylight. He did not stop his killing footsteps. In just a short moment, not even 5 breaths of time had passed. More than 150 people had already died under that one sword strike. What a ruthless person. What a killer move. That poisonous sword. The aquiline-nosed old man could not help but tremble all over. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy, but he was also so scared that his back was cold. This sword was really like a ghost and a demon. It was completely the power of a sword, or rather, the power of a move. It pierced through the whole group on his side, and even had the strength to fly away. What kind of sword was this? What kind of move was this? And who was that person? This sword strike seemed to have deliberately avoided him, who was the strongest, and charged towards the group while avoiding the strong and striking the weak. However, the aquiline-nosed old man asked himself, what would the result be if I was caught off guard and encountered this sword? Thinking of this, he could not help but shudder. Perhaps, with his cultivation at the peak of the celestial being level, he could avoid death, but serious injury or even disability was absolutely unavoidable. His life might even be in danger. What about the other party? The other party had taken the initiative and had the advantage of a sneak attack. His moves were superb, and his cultivation had also reached the celestial being realm. Under such favorable conditions, as long as he didn't continue to fight, even if he couldn't escape unscathed, he would at most suffer some light injuries. The other party would at most be slightly injured, but he would at least be seriously injured, or even killed. Thinking about it, he was inexplicably scared. Chapter 2004. Buluching sneered and said sarcastically, "People like you will never understand such feelings." The Dharma Supreme laughed involuntarily, his eyes filled with reminiscence. He shook his head and sighed. "If I wasn't a sexual lover, I wouldn't have become one of the tribulations." "Ha ha," he laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "but that was a long time ago. I am no longer one now." He murmured softly again. Bu Zuitsui, Lieni. He kept murmuring this name. The pain between his brows appeared again and again, as if he was enjoying this pain. Finally, he heaved a long sigh. "I've finally tasted this feeling again." He sighed sorrowfully. "Back then, I also had this unforgettable experience." Then, he stopped murmuring and shook his head, as if to shake off this inexplicable emotion. He laughed involuntarily and said, "I see. I see." I searched through his memories and kept feeling that something was missing, but I couldn't find a clue. There were only 3 words that occupied a lot of his memories, and that was Bu Zuitsui. I searched through all the experts in the continent and still couldn't find out who this Bu Zuitsui was. "I didn't expect that you would jump out today. Bu Zuitsui, haha. What a good name. You finally admitted it." Bu Luqing looked up to the sky and howled. 2 streams of hot tears rolled down his usually cold and emotionless eyes. He just stood there and howled towards the sky. His voice was filled with boundless desolation, sorrow, and extreme sorrow that couldn't be concealed in the slightest. Anyone who heard it couldn't help but want to cry. At this moment, feeling Bu Liuqing's desolate state of mind, Chu Yang bit his lips tightly. Wu Qianqian also burst into tears. The Dharma Supreme smiled and said with his hands behind his back, That's right. So what if you admit it? Buluqing, what can you do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to seek justice for my brother. Buluqing looked up to the sky and let the tears roll down his face, but he didn't wipe them away. Let the heavens bear witness. Let the earth bear witness. Bear witness to my brother's injustice. Bear witness to my revenge for him. Ha ha ha. Revenge? The Dharma Supreme laughed contemptuously, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Buluqing let out a low sigh. Yes, revenge. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Both of them were about to make a move. The Dharma Supreme sighed. Buluqing, Brother Bu, since you have such a friendship with Dongfang Badeo, then, it's not strange for you to see through me. But why are you so sure that I'm the robber? I've never suspected that you were a kidnapper. It's just that, 100 years ago, Wu Jueqing suddenly appeared. After Wu Jueqing appeared, the first thing is to charge into law enforcement city and kill the Dharma Supreme. Buluqing said, I want to kill you, but you didn't die in the end. This shouldn't have happened. Since Wu Jueqing has decided to make a move, why should he give up now? With his hatred for the Tribulation Sword Master, how could he let go of the Dharma Supreme, who was the Tribulation Sword Master's greatest trump card? And you. And he was clearly no match for Wu Jueqing. But you survived. I've been puzzled for 100 years. Until recently, when Feng and you betrayed the law enforcement city, and you made it clear that you wanted to deal with the Calamity Sword Master, I had a guess. Bu Liuqing's eyes were burning. So Wu Jueqing didn't kill you. It's not that you changed your mind, but because you're on the same path as him. But even if you're on the same path, Wu Jueqing might still kill you. The poison doctor from back then would only show mercy to those who he felt were in the same situation as him. To take the next step of cooperation. So you have nothing to fear now, because you have Wu Jueqing behind you. Bu Liuqing's voice became heavier and heavier. So you must be a kidnapper. But I don't know. Are you from 20,000 years ago? Or the tribulation from 30,000 years ago? The Dharma Supreme listened with a smile. With a slight smile, he said, but why don't you guess that I'm from 40,000 years ago? If you're from 40,000 years ago, Wu Jueqing won't even fight with you. If you're from 50,000 years ago, Wu Jueqing won't be your match. So you only have 20,000 or 30,000 years to choose. Buluqing asked softly, who exactly are you? The Dharma Supreme smiled. It's not important who I am. What's important is today's battle. Buluqing, if you're done, you can make your move. The winter night is cold and chilly. In this wilderness, it doesn't taste good. Bu Liuqing's pupils contracted. He said word by word, I just want to ask you one last question. The Dharma Supreme frowned. I also want to ask you something. 13,000 years ago, you already knew that I was a fake. Then what have you been doing for the past 13,000 years? He smiled mockingly. Why didn't you come to avenge your good brother? Bu Liuqing said solemnly. Then do you know why I fought with Ning Tianya for more than 10,000 years? Do you think people like us really care about being number one in the world? It was Ning Tianya who stopped you? The Dharma Supreme laughed. Looks like the next time I see Ning Tianya, I must have a good drink with him. Bu Liuqing said indifferently. Ning Tianya always believed that everything that happens has its own reason. Since the Dharma Supreme has been switched, then the Tribulation Sword Master should be the one to deal with it. But I don't agree. And you have always lived in seclusion, so I didn't have much of a chance. Now, I came to the medicine banquet this time because although you never showed up in the previous medicine banquets, I knew that you would definitely come this time because Moon Breeze betrayed you. Therefore, they will definitely destroy the medicine banquet. Other than you, no one can stop the two of them. Therefore, you will definitely come. And Ning Tianya has already been sent out by me. Therefore, my real purpose for coming this time is to fight it out with you. Bu Liuqing said solemnly, to avenge my brother. Although 13,000 years have passed, my brother still needs an explanation. As long as my brother needs an explanation, not to mention 13,000 years, even if it is 100,000 years, I will give it to him. He said word by word. An explanation. After coming here, I found out that you have modified Badeo's body into innate spirit meridians. Hee hee, your strength is improving by leaps and bounds at any time. I don't deny that I am also worried that if I let you go on like this, I won't be able to kill you. Bu Luqing spoke frankly about his misgivings. The Dharma Supreme laughed involuntarily. So what you mean is, you can kill me now? Bu Luqing said coldly, I can't kill you, but I can. Words have no proof. The outcome will be decided with my sword. The Dharma Supreme was silent for a moment before he said, You wanted to ask me the last question just now, so ask it quickly. After you are done, I will send you to reunite with your brother. I want to ask you, is Dongfang Badeo still alive now? Bu Luqing took a deep breath and asked solemnly, When the spirit enters the body, it can be suppressed, eliminated, or obliterated. I want to ask, which one did you use? The Dharma Supreme smiled strangely. What do you think? Tell me, do you think I would still have such an obsession? The light in Bu Luqing's eyes disappeared. He closed his eyes and his chest rose and fell. He took a deep breath and exhaled. When he opened his eyes, the look in his eyes became more and more fierce. He nodded heavily, with an unforgettable hatred, and said word by word, Good, very good. Both of them stopped talking. However, a terrifying aura began to gather and surge in the mountains and valleys. The next moment, Bu Luqing shouted, Badeo, only the east. Then, with a strike of the sword, a thunderclap suddenly sounded in the air. An incomparably domineering aura was released with this strike of the sword. All the trees in the mountain forest leaned back neatly at this moment. This strike was brilliant and domineering. Bu Luqing stood in the air, as if he was going to accept the worship of the whole world. He was fierce and arrogant. Dharma Supreme, this strike shall be called Dongfang Badeo, Bu Luqing shouted. The sword light was like a dragon, falling from the sky. I am avenging my brother. My first strike shall be my brother's name. The sword light fell. Since you want to be domineering, then I shall be domineering with you. The Dharma Supreme smiled and took a step forward. This step, as if the ground had shrunk, he was in front of Bu Luqing's sword light and punched out. A simple punch. It did not even have any momentum. It hit the sword light fiercely. A domineering strike, a domineering punch. The sword light and the punch hit each other fiercely. The sword light seemed to have solidified and stopped in the air. The Dharma Supreme's fist also seemed to have frozen in the air, just above the sword light. His black sleeves slid down lightly, revealing his fair wrist. Bu Luqing was in the air, holding his sword with one hand. His hair was facing the sky, dancing in the wind. The Dharma Supreme stood on the ground and punched out. He maintained this posture, his long hair fluttering violently behind him. This strange posture only lasted for half a breath's time. Both of them grunted at the same time, and Bu Luqing's body flew backward violently. The long sword in his hand turned into a shooting star and disappeared without a trace in an instant. The Dharma Supreme arched his body and retreated backward as fast as lightning. However, one could clearly see that as the Dharma Supreme retreated, his feet first sank into the ground, then his calves, then his thighs, waist, upper body, and the rest of his body. He retreated in this manner, but the ground went from shallow to deep, suddenly plowing a deep gully with his body. By the time he retreated halfway, this gully had already become a canyon. The stone walls on both sides were like mud, rolling out in opposite directions. This retreat was a full 270 feet. It was as if a person had used his own body to carve out a huge canyon that was a few hundred feet long and hundreds of feet deep. This exchange was also a head-on clash where both of them used their full strength to test each other's strength. It turned out to be a draw, with no one gaining the upper hand. When the Dharma Supreme stood still, he had already become a small black dot. Zi Xiecheng deliberately tore the space apart to let Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian see the Dharma Supreme's appearance. His face was slightly distorted as he raised his hand and looked deeply at his fist. On the edge of his fist, there was a clear white mark. Chapter 2005. Part 7 Chapter 3 10 Secrets of Tribulation. Fourth update. The Dharma Supreme smiled faintly and spoke lightly, with a sense of nostalgia and an inexplicable melancholy. And L and G, Webb, hee. Back then, from the very beginning, Boss had given us countless elixirs and elixirs. Almost every few days, everyone's cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds. Big Brother said that we would rule the heavens together. We would complete our ultimate dream together. Zisheching heard this and couldn't help but sigh. She scolded. This is simply nonsense. Using elixirs and elixirs, isn't this purely harming people? Chuyang agreed. Which one of the tribulations wasn't a peerless genius? Using elixirs and elixirs was directly blocking the path of these people to collapse the heavens and break the void. However, if they didn't consider their ultimate future from the start and only wanted to use them to mend the heavens, then this could be considered a way. It was just that it was really too cold and heartless. The Dharma Supreme continued to speak. We brothers gave up everything for each other, including our lives. We could let the other party take it easily. Big Brother didn't say anything to us. At that time, we felt that even the gods couldn't make us brothers bow down and retreat. We advanced step by step, killing revered martial artists, defeating martial kings, killing martial emperors, killing martial saints, and fighting supreme martial artists. Along the way, we rose to fame. When we reached the upper three heavens, we advanced step by step, fighting one clan after another, from the weak to the strong. I can't even remember how many times we went through life and death, how many times we circled the gates of hell. Haha. Finally, all 10 of us reached the level of supreme martial artists. The big clans were unreasonable and were finally eliminated by us one by one. Haha, it was much easier than the Tribulation Swordmaster now. In the entire heavens, there weren't many supreme martial artists and above. As for supreme martial artists, there wasn't even one. Haha. The law enforcement officers and the Dharma Supreme led the crowd to help. At that time, we were very tired every day, but we were very happy every day. We gathered together every day, discussing excitedly and paying attention to each other's changes. When our brothers were injured, we cursed and scolded them together. When our brothers won, we celebrated together. We were iron-blooded and all-powerful, coming and going as we pleased, killing as we pleased. That period of time was truly an extraordinary period of time. If time stopped at that moment, even if it was forever in that chaotic battlefield, it would still be the greatest happiness. But at that time, although we were happy, we were also very tired. Everyone wanted to sweep through the heavenly layer as soon as possible and complete their final leduo. The 10 brothers wanted to stand at the peak of the world together. Then, everyone could live a peaceful and happy life. Thus, in a spurt of energy, we finally annihilated the great clans. After that, the 10 brothers formed their own clans and recruited celestial layer experts. The entire celestial layer was finally peaceful. Everyone thinks that they can enjoy themselves. We have the final say in this world. 2 years later, Boss called us for a drink. When Boss called us for a drink, how could we not go? Of course, the brothers had to go. So, everyone went there excitedly. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, as if he was telling someone else's story. His voice was very calm. However, this calmness contained an indescribable feeling. At this point, although he did not deliberately emphasize his tone, Chuyang also felt as if a chilly wind was blowing at the back of his head. It was chilly. Chuyang thought to himself, looks like something must have happened during this drinking session. That day, after we went, Boss said that our cultivation is too high. Damn it, we can't even get drunk now. All of us would subconsciously circulate our energy, and the effects of the alcohol would be gone. How boring. So we might as well seal our cultivation and drink together. How boring would it be if we didn't get drunk? Thus, everyone cheered. The heavenly layer is all ours. What danger can there be? It's just sealing our cultivation. We have done this many times before. Drinking like this is more enjoyable. Haha. The Dharma Supreme suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. That drinking session went on for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone was drunk. When I woke up, I realized that I couldn't move. My cultivation as a 7th grade supreme martial artist couldn't be used at all. It was as if I was dead. I tried hard to turn my head and realized that the brothers were all lying down, but their eyes were all dazed. No one knew what had happened. At this time, Boss walked in and said with a smile, "Brothers, you had a good time drinking this session, right?" Everyone was relieved at once. Boss came and saw that everything was fine. He even joked with us. Thus, everyone laughed. Everyone laughed. I was laughing too. Ha 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 ha. When Boss said that, I remember that Boss even said, "Boss, we had a good time drinking this session. Let's drink like this again next time." But, why can't I stand up? Could I have been drugged? Ha ha. I was joking. Everyone knew that. But everyone still reprimanded me in unison, thinking that he had gone overboard. Yes, it is all thanks to Boss that we are where we are today. How can we suspect Boss? Even if it was a joke, it should not have happened. Even if he had such thoughts, he should be hacked into pieces. It shouldn't be. Hee hee, hee hee. The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly. When the Dharma Supreme said the sentence should not have happened, even with Bu Liuqing's cultivation and willpower, he couldn't help but shudder. There was a strong sense of grief, self-mockery, anger, disbelief, the humiliation of being deceived, and a strong sense of unwillingness. All these emotions were intertwined together. Anyone who heard this sentence would feel their hair stand on end. Zixieqing called out to Chu Yang twice, but Chu Yang didn't respond at all. Chu Yang's ears perked up as he listened to the Dharma Supreme's words. He was completely focused and didn't get distracted at all. He didn't hear Zixieqing's call at all. His entire mind was already immersed in this story. This was the first time Chu Yang heard the story of the Tribulation's Sword Master and his brothers. Hearing the Dharma Supreme's words, imagining the unreserved trust between brothers, absolute loyalty, respect, and gratitude to Boss, Chu Yang was touched and suddenly thought of his brothers. My brothers are not inferior to you in any way. My brothers also treat me like this. But I am different from you. I won't treat my brothers like that. At that time, Boss said that I was right. You can't move now because I had drugged you. I had drugged you with soul-poisoning powder. The Dharma Supreme laughed lightly and shook his head. Silence fell. Sigh. Soul-poisoning powder. Even though Bu Liuqing and the Dharma Supreme were archenemies, he couldn't help but sigh and didn't know what to say. Soul-poisoning powder was a type of drug that was specially used against supreme martial artists. It was useless against ordinary people. When a person reached supreme martial artist level and above, a second primordial spirit would be formed. All the inner energy and cultivation would be used to support the growth of this second primordial spirit. Once the second primordial spirit grew, it would be the time to collapse the sky and shatter the void. The soul-poisoning powder was used to immobilize the second primordial spirit. It was an extremely vicious drug. As long as the second primordial spirit was immobilized, a supreme martial artist would be at the mercy of anyone. Even a 3-year-old child could kill him as long as he had a knife in his hand. Bu Liuqing didn't expect that the Tribulation's Sword Master would actually use soul-poisoning powder on his brothers. Sigh. The Dharma Supreme also let out a long sigh and said bitterly, "Brother Bu, you and I may still be mortal enemies tomorrow, but what I said today is all true. The situation back then is still vivid in my mind. Every word that was said has been repeated hundreds of thousands of times in my ears. Everyone's tone, everyone's expression. Even if I were to live for another 1,000,000 years, I will definitely not forget it." He looked at the starry sky and said, "It is lonely at the top." This sentence really makes sense. All these years, I wanted to find someone to talk to, but I couldn't find anyone. Bu Liuqing nodded deeply and said, "I believe you." The Dharma Supreme chuckled and continued, "Back then, when Big Brother said that, all of us were stunned. Our first reaction was that Boss was joking. Second brother said, 'Boss, what are you playing at? Quickly get us to stand up. We will give you a good beating.' Boss shook his head and said, 'I have a few words, a few things that I want to talk to you guys about today. I had no choice but to do this. I wanted to let you guys listen to me quietly.' Therefore, all of us said, What can't you just sit up and touch the bottom of the wine cup? You even had to restrain us, boss. You were too much. But until then, we all knew that there was absolutely nothing wrong. Boss would never harm us. Even Diwu Chochang, who was the most resourceful among us, said, I believe that what boss is going to say will make us all excited. The Dharma Supreme chuckled. Diwu Chochang. When Bu Luqing heard this name, he was finally shocked and said, You are one of the tribulations 30,000 years ago. The Dharma Supreme ignored him and continued, Boss said, Everyone knows that I am the tribulation's sword master and that my mission is to reform the heavens. However, there is one thing that you all don't know. The tribulation's sword master has another mission, which is to use the power of millions of dead souls to mend the heavens for 10,000 years, to ensure that the heavens will not collapse in 10,000 years. At that time, everyone was very excited and agitated, saying that this is a good thing. The merit is in the present and the benefits are in the future. How can we brothers be willing to be left behind? Although we have killed countless people, we all have a clear conscience. We are worthy of the world. Boss said. The Dharma Supreme's voice trembled slightly and then returned to normal. He said, Boss said, but this mission can only be completed by myself and I need your help. These 2 years, I have used a secret technique to collect the power of the dead souls outside and finally succeeded. Now, I only lack the souls of the tribulations. Then, Boss looked at us and said, Brothers, you are the tribulations. I will continue. Fifth brother, please wait for a while. Last night, I pulled another all-nighter and finished more than 3 chapters. And I wrote it very agitatedly. Now, I realize that there are too many mistakes. Please support me with your monthly votes. Chapter 2006. At this point, the Dharma Supreme should have paused for a moment, but he continued without hesitation. When Big Brother said this, the brothers immediately felt that something was amiss. They were all dumbfounded. Diwu Chochang laughed dryly and said, Big Brother, you're not going to kill us, are you? Big Brother said that I don't want to kill you, but I need your souls. Only your souls can mend the crack in the heavens. Diwu Chochang was silent for a moment. Then, he said, If we mend the heavens, what about you, Big Brother? Big Brother said, If I mend the heavens, the power of merit I obtain will be enough for me to break through the heavens and break through the void. At that time, I will naturally leave this world and enter another world to cultivate, or to work hard and start a new life. I heard that it is a paradise. You can have anything you want. Only those who have the merit to mend the heavens can enter. Big Brother said that your efforts are worth it. At this point, the Dharma Supreme finally fell silent. His throat trembled violently as he laughed bitterly. His laughter was hoarse. Paradise? Zi Xieching sent a telepathic message to Chu Yang, puzzled. Chu Yang shook his head slowly. This was too strange. Chu Yang knew very well that there was no such thing as a paradise. Could it be that this tribulation sword master was deceived by someone? But who could deceive this tribulation sword master? Could it be the sword spirit? Chu Yang was deep in thought. His consciousness sank into the tribulation space. The sword spirit was still cultivating in seclusion. It could be seen that his body was becoming more and more solid. Chu Yang was puzzled. If there was such a thing, the sword spirit would definitely deceive him. But until now, the sword spirit had not mentioned it. Outside, the Dharma Supreme's hoarse voice sounded. His voice was still indifferent, but it could be heard. There was a hint of reluctance. At this time, the old fool asked, Big Brother, when you go to the new world, can I still follow you? I can't bear to leave you. Ha 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 ha. At this point, the Dharma Supreme suddenly laughed maniacally, laughing so hard that he bent over. Tears streamed down his face. He had always been calm and composed. Even when he was telling such a tragic story, such a cruel betrayal, he was still so calm that it was scary. However, when he mentioned the words of this little, he suddenly laughed crazily with a sad heart. Wu Qian couldn't help but shed tears as she listened to his miserable laughter. When the time comes, I still can't believe that boss would harm him. To think that you can't bear to do so and still want to follow him. To think that you still want to... Ha ha ha. The Dharma Supreme laughed maniacally as blood spurted out from his mouth. He wiped it off with his hand and continued to laugh uncontrollably. He laughed and trembled as he looked at Bu Luqing. Gritting his teeth, he didn't care about his image at all. He twisted his neck and gritted his teeth as he said stubbornly, "You have brothers? I have one too. I have one too. I have more than you. Do you believe it? Do you believe it?" Ha ha ha. How can I not believe it? Bu Luqing sighed. The feelings of tribulation have always moved the heavens and the earth. Part of the strength of the tribulation sword's master in mending the heavens is this feeling of not giving up even in life and death. The Dharma Supreme laughed out loud. He wiped away his tears. He burst into laughter. At that time, all the brothers didn't say anything. Only Boss said, "Little, I'm afraid I can't bring you along." Little was very disappointed and said, "Why?" Boss said, "Because after I used your soul to mend the heavens, you would die. But I'm still alive, so I can't bring you along." Little was very disappointed then. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. He was very disappointed. He wasn't afraid. He was just disappointed and said, "Boss, I can't bear to part with all of you." Boss said, "You don't have to be reluctant, because all of you will die together." At this point, the Dharma Supreme finally stopped. He was panting heavily, and beads of perspiration were slowly seeping out from his smooth forehead. When he was fighting with Bu Luqing earlier, the sky was spinning and the earth was spinning, but he didn't sweat or pant heavily. However, at this moment, he was panting heavily just by telling a story. We all fell silent. Then, Diwu Chochang asked, "Boss, when did you know about this?" When this question came out, everyone's eyes lit up. "Time is too important," Boss said. "From the moment I obtained the first fragment of the Sword of Calamity, I knew about it." When he said that, all the brothers suddenly stopped talking. They were all panting heavily, very heavily. After a long pause, second brother asked a question. At that time, I remember very clearly that second brother seemed to have used all his strength to ask that question. He even stuttered a little, and his voice was very trembling. He asked, "So, all these years, you have been lying to us? You brought all the brothers to fight together, brought us to the heavens, just so you could use our souls to mend the heavens and then collect the power of karma to go to another paradise? All this time, you have been lying to us and using us?" When second brother said that, all the brothers pricked up their ears. Although everyone already knew that this was a foregone conclusion, they still wanted to hear Boss say no. Because then, even if we died, we wouldn't be so sad. Boss sighed and said, "I also know that I have let all of you down, but I really want to go to that world. The temptation to me is too great. It's been hard on all of you to follow me for so many years, to serve me, to risk your lives for me, to do everything for me. But I have been lying to all of you and using all of you. I also feel very guilty. Really, I feel that I have let all of you down." When he said that, everyone was stunned. Then, at that time, I seemed to have heard the sound of my heart breaking very clearly. I cried. Before that, I only had happiness, only satisfaction and happiness. I had never cried before. But that day, after hearing this sentence, I cried. I cried. Boss continued to say emotionally, "Second brother, for me, when the steel knife came slashing at you, you threw yourself on my back and blocked the knife for me, almost dying. Third brother, for me, you once tested the poison with your own body and was poisoned to the point that you couldn't even speak for half a year. Fourth brother, for me, you didn't hesitate to use yourself as a hostage and allowed yourself to be captured without a fight. You were slashed 10 times on your body and your blood almost ran dry, just to let me live, to let me escape. Fifth brother, for me, you divined the fate of the heavens and your hair turned white overnight. Sixth brother, I know that you like Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is your childhood sweetheart. I also know that. That day, when I pretended not to know about your matters and pretended to be drunk and told you that I like Xiao Xiao, you immediately backed out and went to the brothel the next day. You didn't hesitate to break Xiao Zhao's heart to fulfill my wish and let her marry me. This caused you to be unhappy all your life and never marry. Even to carry on the family line, you only took in a foster. Seventh brother. Brothers, I will never forget all of your kindness to me. I am proud to have all of you. And touched. Really. Eldest brother recounted the merits of our brothers one by one. He spoke very emotionally and even shed tears. But at that time, I only felt a bone-chilling coldness in my heart. I don't know what they were thinking, but I think that since my heart had already turned cold, they may not be as warm as me. The Dharma Supreme grinned and laughed as if he was crying. If it were me, my heart would also turn cold. Our brothers have done so many things for you, risking their lives for you, giving up everything for you, giving up everything for you. We helped you from a nobody to the current master of the heavens, and you actually want to kill them without a second word. Moreover, you want to use the lives of our brothers to exchange for a bright future for yourself. Is this fucker still human? Moreover, you even used despicable means to take advantage of our brother's feelings to snatch someone else's fiancée. Buluchin couldn't believe that such a person actually existed in this world. There was only one thing that he was curious about. How did such a person become the master of Calamity Sword? How did he get the help of such hot-blooded men? How did he get such a sincere friendship? This was something that was completely unimaginable. Not only was Buluchin puzzled, Zixieqing and Wu Qianqian were also extremely puzzled. As the master of Calamity Sword, Chu Yang was even more puzzled. This was too incomprehensible. To be able to do this, how deep must one's heart be to be able to deceive others for their entire life? Then eldest brother said, Brothers, since you have already done so much for me, now I only ask you to do one last thing for me. Give me your souls and fulfill my wish. We will be good brothers for all eternity. Fuck. Buluchin couldn't help but curse. What kind of beast is this? The Dharma Supreme smiled faintly. When Buluchin got angry, the Dharma Supreme regained his usual calmness and said, Eldest brother said at once. Seeing that the brothers didn't say anything, he continued, Actually, I didn't let all of you down. I brought all of you up to the heavens and helped you build big clans. Do you know? Your grandchildren will live and reproduce in the heavens for 10,000 years. 10,000 years. What kind of clan can have 10,000 years of glory? Although I don't claim credit for all these, if all of you didn't become a tribulation, where would such an opportunity come from? What's more, when have you ever lacked my help in every step you took? When did all of you lack my elixirs? My heavy elixirs, each of you ate more than one, right? My incomplete heavy elixirs, each of you should have at least 100 of them, right? Those elixirs that can increase your cultivation were all given by me. If not for me, how could all of you reach 7th grade supreme martial artist at such a young age? This is enough for all of you to be proud of. Now I only want you to give up your souls. Why are all of you so quiet over such a small matter? In the past, when all of you risked your lives for me, it was much more dangerous than now, but all of you were willing to do it. Back then, you could have died at any time. So why are all of you so unwilling now? Brothers, could it be that glory and wealth have made all of you change your minds? Hearing such shameless words, Chu Yang couldn't help but want to vomit. I am still writing chapters. There are still more than 1,000 words to go. I want to ask my brothers, will there be a 10th chapter today? To be continued. Chapter 2007. He had betrayed his brothers and used them right from the start. Now, he was saying that his brothers had changed their minds because of wealth and glory. This was utterly shameless. Buluchin was so angry that he panted and even rolled his eyes. 5/1/0. In the eyes of a righteous person like him, this was the most hateful thing in the world. The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly and said, Back then, I laughed coldly like this too. My brothers laughed coldly together because other than laughing coldly, we didn't know what else we could do or say. We didn't even have the energy to scold him. Big brother said, Brothers, do you know that the Tribulation Sword Master has a mission but also a punishment? If I can't mend the heavens with you, My whole family will suffer the wrath of the heavens. Can you bear to see me die? The Dharma Supreme said indifferently. When he said this, we all spat. Bah! Bu Luqing also spat. At that time, second brother said, we were willing to risk our lives for you. But now it's not. Big brother, you're wrong. We brothers are willing to die for you. Not for anything else, but for our brotherhood. You don't have to say anything. You just have to call us together and say that you now know of a new mission, which is to mend the heavens. If you can't complete it, your whole family will die. You just have to say this. Even if you are lying to us, I will immediately arrange my funeral and sacrifice my soul for Big Brother. At that time, second brother said, I am not stingy and I am not afraid of death. I have been born so many times for you. I have long recognized you as my big brother. When the big brother is in trouble, it is normal for brothers to sacrifice their lives for him. But you shouldn't have lied to us and used us. In the end, you even forced us. At that time, second brother said, if you say this, isn't it good that we are willing to sacrifice ourselves for you? Big brother, you have made a fool of yourself. Now that things have come to this, forgive me for not being able to comply. Well said. Bu Luqing clapped his hands and praised. This second brother of yours is really something. The Dharma Supreme's face revealed a trace of pride and said, of course. Second brother's heroic spirit is unparalleled. Then what did your boss say? Bu Luqing asked. Boss said, I've also considered it, and I also believe that my brothers would be willing to die for me. However, firstly, I was a little worried. After all of you are now vassals with high statuses and power, so it is inevitable that your mentality will change. Once one of them disobeyed and the other started to agitate, I was afraid that I would give myself away. If you can't complete the mission, you'll be killed. So, it's better to control you first. You won't be able to resist. Wouldn't that be safer? At that time, my second brother said, but even if you control us, you can just use us to mend the sky. Why do you have to tell us this before we die? At that time, second brother was in great pain and said, we didn't know anything, so it's fine if we died in a daze. But after knowing about this, don't you know how much our hearts hurt? Why are you like this? At this point, the Dharma Supreme paused. Bu Luqing was at a loss. So, he said, that's right. In any case, he has the final say in everything. So, he could have just killed all of you directly. Furthermore, he had even tortured his brother for decades. How could he bear to do such a thing to his divine soul? What was his intention? The Dharma Supreme shook his head and smiled faintly. I knew that you wouldn't be able to guess the reason. Haha. At that time, other than Chaochu, the few of us could only guess. The others couldn't guess it either. I still remember that after second brother finished asking, Diwu Chaochu sighed and didn't say anything. Then, what was the reason? Bu Luqing frowned and asked. He was really puzzled. He felt that this matter didn't make sense at all. At that time, Big Brother said, this is the second reason I told you. After all, we have been brothers for so many years. If I were to kill all of you just like that, I would feel guilty and it would be easy for me to have inner demons. Then, even if I were to go to paradise, I wouldn't be happy. That's why I want to tell you everything before you die. Bu Luqing was still puzzled. Why? Could it be that after saying it, we would be able to avoid inner demons? That's ridiculous. It's not ridiculous. The Dharma Supreme said, at that time, Big Brother said that I had deceived all of you from the start and used all of you. Now, I want to kill all of you. Don't you hate me a lot? Our brothers' eyes were all burning and they nodded fiercely. I saw all 8 of them nodding and crying at the same time. Bu Luqing, you don't know the kind of people we are. We are all people who are decisive in killing and wouldn't even frown when a sword is pointed at us. There were a few people like second brother, old eighth, and the rest. This was the first time I saw them cry. Do you know what kind of feeling that was? Bu Luqing sighed deeply. How heartbreaking that was. Each and every one of them was a man of steel, to be deceived and used for their whole lives. Even after death, they still had to let this person use their souls to achieve his goal. Yet, They only found out right before they died and couldn't do anything about it. How aggrieved must they be? How much resentment must they have? At that time, Big Brother said, "That's right. I want all of you to hate me. The more you hate me, the happier I am." A violent look finally appeared in the Dharma Supreme's eyes, as if he was about to lose control of himself. However, he still controlled his voice with all his might, forcing himself to speak calmly. "The more you hate me, the more justified I am in killing all of you. The less guilty I will feel, the less guilty I will feel, and the less guilty I will be, the less I will have inner demons. Since all of you hate me, then kill me. Since all of you want to kill me, then you are my enemy. I kill my enemy and use my enemy. What inner demons do I have to speak of?" Boom. When the Dharma Supreme said this, Bu Luqing couldn't take it anymore. He struck out with his palm, causing dust to fill the air dozens of miles away. He said angrily, "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard! Son of AB *TH. There is actually such a person in this world. What is this?" The Dharma Supreme laughed coldly and said, "Since ancient times, there have been 8 such bastards. The bastards have all succeeded. Now, the 9th bastard is growing up." Hearing this, Zi Sheqing quietly nudged Chu Yang and said telepathically, "Are you such a bastard?" Chu Yang was listening intently. He rolled his eyes at Zi Sheqing when he heard that. "Bastard! Bastard!" Bu Luqing muttered angrily. Suddenly, he thought of his disciple Amo Qingwu. When he thought of Amo Qingwu, he thought of Chu Yang. He then remembered that Chu Yang was the first tribulation sword master. He couldn't help but be shocked. He thought, is Chu Yang such a bastard? However, no matter what, Little Wu likes him so much. It is too dangerous to be with him. I can't agree to it. I must tell Ning Tianya about this and guard against it. When he thought of this, he suddenly thought of Dongfang Badeo and asked, "Since that is the case, all of you should be dead for sure. How did you survive?" The Dharma Supreme glared at him, as if blaming him for interrupting his narration. He didn't answer but continued to speak. When Big Brother finished speaking, all the brothers were filled with righteous indignation and couldn't help but scold. Diwu Chochang said, "Stop scolding. Big Brother has his own considerations. We should just support him and obey his arrangements unconditionally. Even if he wants us to use our souls to mend the sky, for Big Brother, we should sacrifice ourselves." At that time, everyone was stunned. They couldn't understand why Diwu Chochang would say that. Big Brother said, "Hee, Chochang is indeed scheming. You actually want to praise me and follow my lead, causing me to have an inner demon. Now, it is useless to praise me, and even more useless to hate me." Ha ha ha. Then Big Brother said, "I am going to pack up and prepare to mend the sky with all of you. As brothers, if you have any unfulfilled wishes, you must tell me. I promise to fulfill them for all of you." Bu Luqing didn't know what to say. He just kept scolding, "Bastard! Bastard!" At such a time, he still calls us brothers and actually wants to fulfill your unfulfilled wishes. How ridiculous. Yes, ridiculous. We didn't speak at that time and didn't bother to speak to him. There were only 4 words in my heart at that time. I kept yelling, "I am blind. I am blind. I am blind. I am blind." The Dharma Supreme had repeated the phrase, "I am blind," over and over again for at least a dozen times. The more he said, the more pained and hateful his voice became. That kind of extreme frustration made Bu Luqing sigh repeatedly. At that time, Big Brother waited for a long time. None of us spoke. Then he said, Looks like all of you don't bother to ask for my help. Since that is the case, I am asking for trouble." Then he walked out. Everyone wanted to speak, but was stopped by Diwu Chochang. Diwu Chochang said, "Since we are all going to die, what is there to say or discuss? This is our fate. What can you do? With Big Brother's means, do you think he will let us escape?" Everyone thought about it and stopped talking. Everyone was used to seeing life and death. It doesn't matter if we die. Although it is a little aggrieved, we can only blame ourselves for being blind and choosing the wrong person. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. This brother was really an iron-blooded man, a real man with a true temperament. Although he already knew that this big brother was a bad person and wanted to kill him, he still called him Big Brother. Maybe it was a habit and he couldn't change the way he addressed him, but no matter what, until now, they had not said a single bad word. They suppressed all their emotions in their stomachs. After 8 hours, Diwu Chochang suddenly spoke and said hurriedly, "Everyone, listen to me." With his habit, he must have been eavesdropping just now. But it has been so long, he should have gone out. We don't have much time, so we can only take the risk. Everyone perked up. So this was Diwu Chochang's idea. The Dharma Supreme's tone gradually became agitated. Diwu Chochang said, "We are dead for sure, but we cannot die in vain. It is too aggrieved to die like this, too unworthy of our illustrious reputation. I have a way to let one of us have a slight chance of getting out alive. I am so tired. I will eat some food and write again. If everyone works hard, I will work hard. Your votes are my biggest motivation. First update, 10 chapters. I will never go back on my words." To be continued. Chapter 2008, Part 7, Chapter 322, Revenge. Revenge. Everyone asked, "What's the plan?" Chochang said, "Everyone knows the mind-linking technique. I believe everyone knows how to use it." Xiekuan nodded. Kuren nodded. Everyone nodded. Melancholy said hurriedly, "We won't be sealed like this forever. If he wants to use our souls, he will have to extract them from our bodies. But after extracting them, even though they will only be our souls and have no attacking power, we will still be free for a period of time." Everyone looked at each other. Chochang continued, "According to my guess, if he gets rid of us together, the place where he nourishes the sky should be a place. Moreover, we need to be sent to our respective positions together for this to work. Otherwise, he won't do this." Chochang said, "We happen to have one person. That means one of us must be in the middle position. I don't know who this person is. It could be you, or it could be me, but it will be the spirit of one of us after all. Now, we only have a little time, and that is, the moment he sends us in, we will be out of his control. In this way, each of us will remember our own positions. Except for the one in the middle, the 8 people on both sides will try their best to transform their spirit power into the purest spirit power source in that short period of time and send it to the middle position. Try your best to send as much as you can." At that time, Chochang said, "Since it's the spirit nourishing the sky, it needs the power of the spirit. If the spirit has power, it can't be destroyed. So, the person with the strongest spirit power will have a little chance of survival. We are trying our luck by doing this. I don't know if it will work, but this is our only chance." Hearing this, Chu Yang couldn't help but praise, "Di Wu is indeed worthy of his surname. He can actually think of such a plan at this time." Zi Xieching also nodded. Anyone who had reached this point could only wait for their death. But this Diwu Chochang obviously had a plan in mind. When the Tribulation Sword Master spoke, he should have thought of it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so organized. Diwu Chochang was definitely a top talent in the world to be able to keep such a clear mind at such a moment. At that time, the brothers all said that no matter who this person was, as long as there was a slight chance that they could get out, as long as they could survive, they would avenge their brothers, no matter the cost. At that time, Diwu Chochang said, "Now, don't talk. Focus on nourishing your souls, and don't get angry." Once he was angry, his spirit would scatter, and he would not be able to provide any more help to his brother. Close your eyes. After that, we all closed our eyes and wholeheartedly stabilized the realm of our souls. At that time, although I didn't have any cultivation, I could feel that each and every one of my brothers was risking their lives. He had never fought so hard before. It was all for the sake of transferring the power of his spirit to his brother at that critical moment. All for the sake of that slim chance of survival. The Dharma Supreme said pitifully. His eyes were a little red and blood was flowing out of his mouth. However, this time, he didn't wipe it away. He said in a low voice, as expected, after waiting for a period of time, he came back and came to talk to us. However, none of us bothered with him. He also felt bored and used some medicine. After that, we all fainted. When we woke up again, we were already in a strange place. In the void, there was a strange sound and a mysterious cave entrance slowly appeared. After that, that bastard grabbed us without hesitation, destroyed our physical bodies with each palm strike, and extracted our souls. We didn't say a word. In our last moments, we only had time to look at each other. At the last moment, Diwu Chochang said something and his head was smashed into pieces. That sentence was, "Remember? Then, that person killed us, gathered our souls together, and threw them out with a swoosh." And I suddenly realized that I had entered the innermost cave entrance. At the moment when I entered the cave entrance, 8 waves of spirit power were transmitted over from 8 directions at the same time. At that time, I could only try my best to capture them bit by bit. Those were the lives of my brothers. The lives of my brothers. The lives of my brothers. The Dharma Supreme calmed down, tears seeping out of his eyes. I didn't dare to waste any of the 8 waves of spirit power. Perhaps the heavens were on my side, allowing me to collect them and integrate them into my body. At that time, I could feel the comfort and happiness of these spirits, as well as their expectations for me. After that, I was attracted by a strange suction force and entered that strange space. I realized that there was a spirit that had long been shattered in there. There were only a few fragments left, and I didn't know who it was. However, I knew that it was Elder Jia who had met the same fate as me. Of all the spirits that could die here, which one of them wasn't a good man? Which one of them wasn't an unyielding husband? However, which one of them didn't die with grievances? Weren't they deceived, used, betrayed, and then killed by the person they trusted the most? The Dharma Supreme laughed bitterly. I was inside and couldn't get out. I could only stay inside and feel my spirit power being depleted bit by bit. I kept on cultivating my spirit power, but it couldn't make up for the loss. However, the loss was also extremely slow. Thinking about it, every spirit inside had to hold on for hundreds of thousands of years. Ha ha ha, what kind of day was that? My brother is also enduring the same torment. I don't know how much time had passed, but my heart felt empty. I knew that one of my brothers had completely disappeared. I had this feeling 8 times in a row. I knew that my brothers were all gone. Only I was still here. I had their power in me. I worked even harder to cultivate. I wanted to live. I wanted to take revenge. I wanted to live on for them. At that time, I had already depleted all my power of the origin and was only left with the spirit power that they sent over before they entered. It was them who supported me and didn't let me die. Finally, one day, just when I felt that I couldn't hold on any longer, that cave suddenly opened. Then, a spirit was sent in. Only then did I know that 10,000 years had passed. I took this opportunity to sneak out. I found a dark place that didn't see the sun all year round to cultivate my spirit. Once I started cultivating, I cultivated for thousands of years. However, it was very difficult to take over someone's body. It was almost impossible, because even if it was an ordinary person, their spirit was still complete. You can't drive his divine soul out of his body, unless you killed him. However, after killing him, I still couldn't use it. Even if it was someone on the verge of death, I tried, but it didn't work. Finally, one day, I sensed a person whose spirit was missing. The Dharma Supreme raised his head and looked at Bu Luqing. It was Dongfang Badeo. At that time, he had probably just deleted his memories. His spirit was missing a lot. This was my chance. However, he was still very strong at that time, and I didn't have a chance. Once I was discovered by him, I was afraid that my spirit would be annihilated. So, I followed him secretly. Wherever he went, I followed. Finally, hard work paid off. He was a law enforcement officer and had a high cultivation. He often went out on missions to capture criminals. At that time, the 3 of them were competing for the position of the Dharma Supreme. It was based on his ability to enforce the law. He went to chase after a supreme being, but was besieged. Although he managed to kill those people, he himself was also on the verge of death, unconscious. I took advantage of this opportunity to enter his body. The Dharma Supreme stared at Bu Luqing. Do you understand? Bu Luqing sighed. I understand. Brother Bu, if you were me, would you kill Dongfang Badeo, take over his body and wait for an opportunity to avenge your brothers at all costs? The Dharma Supreme asked solemnly. Yes. Bu Luqing took a deep breath and said, This vengeance must be avenged. I understand that you want to avenge your brothers. The Dharma Supreme said, But I also want to avenge my brothers. Do you understand me? I understand you. Bu Luqing's eyes gradually stood up. However, you are taking over my brother's body. Therefore, although I understand you, I still want to kill you. I understand. The Dharma Supreme chuckled and said indifferently, If you don't kill me because of my words, that would be really strange. Bu Luqing said, If you want to take revenge, you should go to that Elysium. Why did you come here instead? I can't go up. The Dharma Supreme said frankly, After I came out, I realized that Bastard's clan was already gone. I searched through the ancient books and couldn't find any clan of the Tribulation's Swordmaster. I hated it even more. Those guys must have ascended to heaven when one of them achieved the Tao. I really don't know about this. Bu Luqing was also puzzled. There were big clans in every generation, but why didn't he see any clan of the Tribulation's Swordmaster? Therefore, I could only stay and cultivate, preparing to rush to that world to take revenge. However, during this time, I also wanted to eliminate all the helpers of the Tribulation Swordmaster, such as the Dharma Supreme and the new Tribulation Swordmaster. The Dharma Supreme smiled indifferently. His smile was filled with boundless murderous intent. I had just taken over his body and wasn't confident in controlling the law enforcement officers. I tried to trip the previous Tribulation Swordmaster, but still couldn't kill him. The fate energy of the Tribulation Swordmaster was too strong. However, he wanted to destroy the bloodline of the Diwu clan that had been passed down till now, but I managed to save it. Now, although the Diwu clan is weak, it still exists. The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, his eyes revealing deep emotions. Chu Yang finally understood. The Diwu clan was obviously a big clan during the previous Tribulation Swordmaster's time. They were enemies of the Tribulation Swordmaster, but they didn't die out. So this was the reason. Although the Diwu clan was a subsidiary of the Zhuge clan, they held great power. So this was the reason. 7th update. I'm working hard. 8th update. Haha. 10th update. Can there be one? Can the number 1 in the monthly votes fulfill my wish? Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 2009. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Dharma Supreme's face gradually regained its initial calmness. His innate meridians started to gather spiritual energy again. He stood up slowly, with his hands behind his back and his long hair fluttering in the wind. He gazed at the rising sun and said, Brother Bu, although you are my enemy, thank you for talking to me tonight. Bu Luqing smiled bitterly. Actually, you should talk to Wu Jueqing. The Dharma Supreme smiled and shook his head lightly. Sad people can't talk to sad people. I also have a desire to confide in him, and so does he. When the two of us are together, no matter how you listen to it, it's just the same story. When you know about yourself, you also know about him. What else is there to talk about? He laughed and took a step forward. His figure was still in front of him, but his real body was already thousands of feet away. Brother Bu, I'll wait for you to find me any time and fight to the death. If you don't find me, I'll find you after my injuries are healed. His voice faded, and Bu Luqing didn't chase after him. He let out a long sigh and stomped his feet. Then, he suddenly flew up and disappeared without a trace. With a swoosh, 3 people appeared at the place where Bu Luqing and the Dharma Supreme were talking. Chu Yang, Zi Xueqing, and Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang frowned and let out a long sigh. So, this is the Tribulation Swordmaster. Zi Xueqing also said meaningfully. So, this is the Tribulation Swordmaster. She turned and looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang, what did you think of? Chu Yang took a deep breath and smiled lightly. Let's wait and see. Zixueching laughed and said, but I may not be able to see it. Chu Yang said indifferently, you will see it in the future. It's useless to say anything now. I promise that I won't do that to my brothers. Do you believe me? No. For 10,000 years, the 8 generations of tribulation sword masters have been like this. How can you, Chu Yang, be an exception? But I, Chu Yang, must be an exception. I must be an exception. Anyway, I've already died once. I'd rather die than do such a despicable, shameless, dirty, and beastly thing. Zixueching smiled meaningfully. Wu Qianqian opened her eyes and looked at the two in confusion. He couldn't understand what the two of them were talking about. Let's go. Let's go back. Zixueching smiled faintly and was about to grab the two of them and fly back. At this moment, the sky suddenly brightened. The sky was about to brighten. However, Zixueching's hand, which was about to grab the two of them, suddenly loosened. She looked at the sky with a solemn expression. Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian couldn't help but look up. At the edge of the sky where the morning sun rose, there was a purple cloud moving rapidly. In almost an instant, it was above their heads. Chu Yang was surprised. He had never seen a cloud fly so fast. In the blink of an eye, dark clouds gathered overhead, followed by lightning and thunder. The light that had just appeared on the horizon was immediately suppressed. The sound of thunder was like a dull drum, constantly beating in the sky above their heads. The three of them felt oppressed and heavy in their hearts at the same time, as if something bad was about to happen. The clouds were getting lower and lower. The pressure was getting heavier and heavier. Zixueching's expression became more and more solemn. Chu Yang muttered, "What is this? Is this the power of heaven?" Zixueching bit her lips and silently looked at the clouds that were getting lower and lower, as if they had condensed into a solid substance. Suddenly, she struck Wu Qianqian's neck with her palm. Wu Qianqian fainted without making a sound. "What are you doing?" Chu Yang was shocked. Zixueching looked at Chu Yang with a complicated expression and said softly, "They are here to find me. My existence has affected the balance of the heavens, and I used the heavenly sun purple cloud in my attack just now. I was discovered. This matter cannot be known to Qianqian." Chu Yang was shocked and dumbfounded. "Then what should we do?" Zixueching took a breath and said, "For experts like us, no matter which plane we are in, we can't destroy the balance of the plane. If we just stay there won't be any problems. But once we reveal enough power to destroy the balance, we will be punished. If I were a native, it would be easier, but I'm not. And Bu Luqing and the Dharma Supreme are the top figures of this heavens. So, when I interfered in their battle, it became such a situation." Chu Yang was shocked. "Then why didn't you say so earlier? Since you already knew, why did you still intervene?" Zixueching's expression was a little complicated. She said, "I have to leave sooner or later. Now, it's just a little earlier than expected. The only difference is that I can leave on my own, or I can be caught by someone." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows. "Caught? Yes. Usually, when there is such a situation, you will be caught and not be put in a spot. It's just that you are not allowed to stay here any longer." Zixueching looked deeply at Chu Yang and said softly, "Chu Yang, you must take care. You must take care." "What if I don't let you go?" Chu Yang asked in a low voice. Zixueching's delicate body trembled, and she smiled bitterly. "You won't let me go? This is heaven's authority." Chu Yang sneered. "In my life, I have always been going against heaven. Heaven's authority? So what if I offend it one more time?" Zixueching sighed in her heart. How could she not know that she would be caught if she revealed her true strength today? But she didn't dare to stay any longer, especially beside Chu Yang. Zixueching had never spent so much time with a young man in her life, and she had never appreciated and loved any other young man as much as she did Chu Yang. Since the beginning of the Black Blood Forest, she took pleasure in torturing Chu Yang. Although she was also collecting Tao state energy, she also wanted to see how far this stubborn young man could go. But she didn't expect that no matter what, as long as it was a battle, Chu Yang would be full of energy. No matter how cruel it was, No matter how many times he failed, Chu Yang's fighting spirit would only be higher and would never diminish. The more he was defeated, the braver he became. Along the way, Zixueqing was also constantly squeezing Chu Yang's bottom line. She even thought, "When I'm forcing out your last bit of potential, can you still be so stubborn?" But all the way until they reached Tianji City, although Chu Yang was exhausted and bruised every day, he never once said anything soft. The most terrible thing was that even when he said something soft, he was actually teasing her. Zixueqing became more and more unconvinced, and her attacks became more and more ruthless. Chu Yang's resistance also became stronger and stronger. Until Chu Yang reached Tianji City, the two of them fought more frequently. Zixueqing couldn't squeeze out all of Chu Yang's potential. Until that time when Chu Yang was breaking through, Zixueqing had no choice but to use the cruelest method to help him. Zixueqing absolutely believed that even a supreme martial artist wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of cruel punishment. But Chu Yang came up with his own idea to let her torture him. But he persevered and even broke through. At that moment, Zixueqing almost shed tears. It was at that moment that Zixueqing felt that her state of mind had changed. In the past, she was a loner. Other than wanting to repay a debt of gratitude and wanting to see her benefactor and say thank you, she didn't have any other concerns. Her heart was like flowing water, unrestrained and unrestrained like the clouds, free and unrestrained. But from that day onwards, her heart seemed to have an additional concern. And this concern was Chu Yang. She even had a thought. I don't want Chu Yang to go through that kind of pain again. That was why she helped Chu Yang with this and that. She even brought Chu Yang out today to let him watch the supreme martial artist peak battle, to pave the way for his future and to reduce his bottleneck. But after that period of time, Zixueqing felt that she couldn't let go. Sometimes, she would even dream about it. At this moment, Zixueqing finally felt that something was wrong. That was why she suddenly decided to expose her strength today and wanted to leave this place. He was going to leave anyway. It didn't matter if he left sooner or later. Since that was the case, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. Although she hadn't replenished her Tao state energy, what she had now was enough for her to withstand the heavenly wrath once and then enter the great Tao void to replenish her Tao state energy. If she continued to stay, she was afraid that she would feel even more uncomfortable. If she wanted to stay but couldn't bear to leave after replenishing her Tao state energy, that would be truly uncomfortable. That was why she didn't hesitate to attract the heavenly wrath to save herself from this emotional whirlpool. Although it would be very painful, Zixueqing really didn't want to immerse herself in this emotional whirlpool even more. But just now, when Zixueqing heard Chu Yang say, "What if I don't let you go?" her heart suddenly felt sour and sweet. For a moment, she actually had mixed feelings. But she immediately controlled herself and didn't say anything. "You will be punished for going against the heavens," Zixueqing said softly. She gently reached out her hand and touched Chu Yang's face. She said softly, "After I leave, don't miss me. Live well and live your life well." Chu Yang stared at her and said irritably, "Didn't you hear? I mean, what if I don't let you go? What can I do to make you stay?" He actually started to question her. If it was in normal times, Zixueqing would usually give him a slap and then kick him on his butt to make him fly in the air again. But now, Zixueqing felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart. She actually felt a little sweet towards this rough reprimand. She bit her lips with a satisfied smile in her eyes and said softly, "There's no other way." Chu Yang was stunned. A thunderclap resounded in the sky, and a majestic sound of thunder rolled over. It seemed to be coming from afar and gradually resounded above their heads. It was deafening. At the same time, a huge golden hand suddenly stretched out from the clouds in the sky. It carried a majestic aura that could not be defied, and it suddenly grabbed down. A voice said indifferently in the sky, "How dare you, lowly servant? How dare you break the balance of space? Quickly follow me back to be interrogated." Zixueqing's face turned pale, and her lips trembled. Then, she looked deeply at Chu Yang's face, grabbed Chu Yang and Wu Qianqian, and threw them far away. Chu Yang screamed crazily and twisted his waist in midair. She had only thrown him halfway, and he suddenly stopped. Then, He rushed back like a lightning, begging for votes, rushing to the first place, crazily saying, "I want 10 more votes. I want 10 more votes. I'm already crazy." Chapter 2010. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wu Qianqian flew far away and landed on a flat ground. She fainted and scathed. "Go back!" Zi Sheqing shouted at Chu Yang. Her white robe and hair fluttered in the wind. Chu Yang turned a deaf ear to her and ran back. Zi Sheqing had a complicated look in her eyes. She bit her plump lips and looked at Chu Yang's running figure. Her eyes seemed to be glistening with tears. The golden hand in the sky suddenly descended and grabbed at Zi Sheqing. Zi Sheqing did not move. She just looked at Chu Yang's running figure in a daze. She did not dodge the giant hand in the sky. It was about to grab Zi Sheqing's shoulder, but Chu Yang was still 400 feet away. The golden hand emitted a bright golden light and covered Zi Sheqing's body. Zi Sheqing's face showed a trace of pain. She slowly rose up and opened her mouth towards Chu Yang, who was running on the ground. She seemed to be saying something. Chu Yang could not hear it. Judging from the shape of her mouth, she seemed to be saying, "Take care." Chu Yang felt a sudden pain in his heart. He howled like a wounded beast. He looked up to the sky and roared. With a swoosh, he pulled out Calamity's sword. Then, he let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. At this moment, Chu Yang used all his strength, all his potential, and all his willpower to launch the most powerful attack since he started his cultivation journey. The long sword instantly formed a huge storm. Chu Yang roared hoarsely. "A ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the whole world? A sharp will buried deep will not change. A gathering of wind and clouds is the emperor. A sword blade that has been famous for all eternity. Wind and clouds move from east to west. The sun and the moon are my lightning generals, splitting mountains and breaking peaks. The sky is blood red. A blade across the sky for 10,000 years. This road leads to the netherworld, cutting off the sentimental traveler. Everything ends where the blade shines. Iron walls and bronze walls fight without end. What more can one ask for in this life? Clouds and clouds gather together. You have no worries when I'm alive." The crazy sword aura formed a torrent. They shot up from the ground in a majestic manner, leaving behind a dazzling rainbow in the air. They carried an indestructible will and a determination that would rather die than regret as they shot towards the giant golden hand in the air. "You want to leave. I won't stop you, but you have to leave on your own. We can't be captured." Chu Yang shouted crazily. And L and G, net. The sword point, sword edge, and sword guard all let out excited sword cries at the same time. This was the first time the four parts of the sword had worked together to attack. A piercingly cold, murderous aura instantly froze the vast sky. Zi Sheqing's expression changed drastically. She struggled with all her might and shouted, "Don't!" It actually broke free from the golden hand and flew down. There was a sound of surprise in midair, as if it was surprised that Zi Sheqing was able to break free from its grasp. The huge golden hand paused for a moment before continuing to grab her. But he saw Chu Yang's sword light attacking him like a thunderbolt. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The big hand turned and slapped towards Chu Yang. A dignified voice said, "You're just a grain of rice, yet you dare to offend the heavenly might. Die." Zi Sheqing let out a shrill cry and shot out like a bolt of lightning. It was obvious that she was extremely anxious. She was not even a match for this huge golden hand. Chu Yang was just a speck of light that was the size of a grain of rice, and he actually attacked it. Wasn't this courting death? But Chu Yang had already flown up at full speed and was coming towards her. That huge golden hand also passed by Zi Sheqing. It grabbed towards Chu Yang fiercely. Zi Sheqing couldn't make it in time. She shouted anxiously, "I'll go back with you. I'm willing to accept the punishment. Don't hurt him." "I was going to leave, but I don't have enough Tao state power to break the barrier." "Did you hear that? I'm willing to go back with you, But that huge golden hand was completely indifferent. It continued to grab towards Chu Yang. The voice said indifferently, "Those who offend the heavenly might die." Zixieqing was instantly panicked and heartbroken. And net. Chu Yang, I told you not to be rash. But you? Her body was still rushing forward, but her mind seemed to have gone blank. It was as if she had lost consciousness. Chu Yang roared furiously. The 10 moves of the Tribulation Sword technique merged into an unprecedented torrent. In just a moment, it violently hit the huge golden hand. The huge golden hand paused and pushed forward. In the clouds, that voice suddenly let out an ah. It wasn't painful, but it was full of shock. Then, the huge golden hand suddenly retracted. Even its strength seemed to have disappeared. Chu Yang's Tribulation Sword came into contact with the huge golden hand. With a bang, Chu Yang felt as if he had directly hit a mountain made of star steel. The force of the impact made Chu Yang cry out and fly back. But it was just this contact that the huge golden hand suddenly retracted its strength. How sharp was the Tribulation Sword? Not to mention the power of 10 moves of the Tribulation Sword technique at the same time. Countless strands of Tribulation Sword chi exploded on the giant hand. With a boom, a finger of the giant golden hand was cut off at the same time. The finger fell down and landed on the ground. It actually smashed a deep hole in the ground. It lay at the bottom of the hole. In midair, that voice let out another eh. The huge golden hand stopped in midair. Zixieqing rushed over and saw Chu Yang lying on the ground with a pale face, bleeding from his 7 orifices. He was already unconscious and on the verge of death. Looking at his injuries, it was obvious that his internal organs had been severely damaged. Zixieqing bit her lip and hurriedly treated his injuries. She was worried about that huge golden hand. As she channeled her energy into Chu Yang, she looked up and said, "Please don't move for the time being. Let me treat his injuries first." Okay. There was actually a hint of pleading in her voice. For Zixieqing, who had been strong all her life, this was the first time she spoke to someone like this. The voice in midair didn't speak, but that huge golden hand stopped in midair. It also didn't move. After a long while, that deep voice said, "Your Tao state power is insufficient? You can't break through the space barrier?" Zixieqing said as she treated Chu Yang's injuries. Yes, that voice muttered to himself, "But this little, why is he holding the Emperor's sword? Could he be?" Suddenly, he snorted and said, "Then leave this place immediately after you finish collecting the Tao state power and replenish your energy." Zixieqing was overjoyed and said, "Okay, once I'm done collecting, I'll leave immediately." That voice snorted and said, "I'll keep an eye on you. If you don't leave by then, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Suddenly, with a whoosh, the dark clouds shrank back. Then, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rose up and disappeared. In the far east, a red sun rose. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened at all. Zixieqing was actually stunned. What was going on? This messenger. Why did he leave so easily? He had come with such great momentum, yet he had actually given up and left. Not only did he not want to capture her, he had even left half of his finger behind. This was too inconceivable. Such a powerful person actually left after being hurt by Chu Yang, who was like an ant in his eyes. Zixieqing took the time to treat Chu Yang's injuries and carefully thought about it. She was puzzled. Suddenly, she thought of something that the voice said, "But this little, why is he holding the Emperor's sword? Could he be?" Suddenly, her heart trembled. Could it be because of Chu Yang? The Emperor's sword? What emperor? What level was he? Chu Yang actually held the Emperor's sword. What did this mean? If this was the case, the one who folded the heavens continent back then must be this Emperor? And the Calamity Sword was the sword of this Emperor? All the previous Calamity Sword owners had always been. Zixieqing was lost in thought. Her heart was very confused. With a groan, Chu Yang woke up. Before he opened his eyes, he sat up suddenly. But it affected his injuries and he couldn't help but groan in pain. He opened his eyes and saw Zixieqing in front of him. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. "You weren't caught?" He was chased away by you? Zixing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She revealed a gentle smile and said softly, "Yes, he was chased away by you." Chu Yang laughed and shook his head. "Don't I know my own limits? I don't have such great abilities." Suddenly, he blinked and said, "Big Sister Z, your voice was so gentle just now. It gave me goosebumps." Zixing was angry and wanted to laugh at the same time. She raised her eyebrows and stared at him. She reached out and grabbed his ear, twisting it. "If you know your own limits, why did you not care about your life and collide with it? Do you know that you will die if you do that?" Chu Yang grimaced. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Say it if it hurts." Zixing added more strength and roared fiercely. Chu Yang turned his head in the direction where his ear was twisted. He grinned, scratched his head and laughed. "It was only after I collided with it that I realized my limits. Before I collided with it, I didn't." Zixing wanted to flare up and twist his ears again, but for some unknown reason, a smile suddenly rushed to her heart and she let out a chuckle. Chu Yang felt as if he had been pardoned. "Big sister, quickly let go of your hand. I don't want to tire you out. That would be my fault." Zixing finally let go of her hand. She smiled and said, "If you're afraid of pain, behave yourself in the future." Chu Yang rolled out a few steps and bowed. He said with a bitter face, "Yes, yes, I won't dare to do it again." "Sigh, why are you like my mother?" Zixing said angrily. "What did you say?" Chu Yang covered his head and scurried away. After a round of laughter, it was as if the previous incident didn't happen at all. Neither of them mentioned that Zixing wanted to leave, but both of them seemed to feel that there was something more in their hearts, something more change, and the relationship between the two of them seemed to be a little different. But Chu Yang wisely didn't continue to think about it. Zixing also suppressed this feeling deep in her heart. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to be with each other. Chu Yang laughed and was about to carry Wu Qianqian back. After taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that there was a big pit in front of him. Chu Yang went forward to take a look and saw that there was a golden light inside. He couldn't help but be surprised. He said, "What is this? Can the monthly votes be first? I'll continue to write." Chapter 2011. Zixing pursed her lips and said, "I don't know what kind of luck you have to have such a good thing. Quickly go down and bring it up. This is your spoils of war." "My spoils of war?" Chu Yang was surprised. When the golden finger fell down, he had already fainted. Naturally, he didn't know that he could create such an earth-shattering result. Although the other party went easy on him, Chu Yang picked it up and immediately groaned at the bottom of the pit. "Damn it, my injuries haven't healed yet. I can't move it. What is this thing? It's too heavy." Then, he threw an incomplete version of the heavy pill into his mouth. Zixing couldn't help but laugh. She said, "If you can't move it, then you can stay down here. I'll go get Qianqian." With a swoosh, she left. "This woman," Chu Yang secretly cursed under his breath. Zixing pretended not to hear him and left. Chu Yang sat down below and mobilized his energy to heal his injuries. Then, he suddenly realized that when he was mobilizing his energy, he suddenly felt that the energy in the air suddenly increased. The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed to his mouth and nose, almost suffocating him. Where did such pure and rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth come from? Chu Yang opened his eyes in shock and saw that the golden thing was emitting rich spiritual energy. As he breathed, the spiritual energy turned into two long dragons and rushed towards his nostrils. It wasn't a waste at all. The serious injuries in his body were almost instantly healed by the incomplete version of the heavy pill. When the spiritual energy rushed in, he actually recovered instantly and his cultivation even improved. It was only a few breaths. "Damn it!" Chu Yang jumped up in shock. "What good thing is this? It's so awesome." He hurried over. He pulled it and looked. This thing was the size of a millstone, but it was heavy, at least 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms. Chu Yang scratched his head and walked around this thing. He said to himself, "Why does it look like the pad of a finger? This piece on the edge, could it be a fingernail? But where can there be such a big hand?" Suddenly, He remembered the big hand that grabbed Zixieqing before he fainted. He couldn't help but tremble. Could this be from that big hand? He recalled Zixieqing's words. Those are your spoils of war. Chu Yang cursed. His eyes widened. Am I really that awesome? You actually managed to chop off a piece of this huge hand? Chu Yang felt a lingering fear in his heart as he thought about the world-destroying might of that big hand. He felt that his calves were about to cramp up. His legs felt weak, and his back felt cold. He sat down on the ground with a plop sound. Beads of cold sweat continuously appeared on his forehead. Oh my God, Minister Chu muttered. Chu Yang gazed at this half-severed finger as he pondered. Looking at the power of the golden hand, his sword was powerful. But it shouldn't have hurt him. Why did he chop off a piece of it? There was something strange about this matter. This half of the gold finger ended along with Chu Yang. Surprisingly, the spiritual aura on it no longer emanated, and it returned to being a quiet, millstone-sized, half-finger. Chu Yang stretched out his hand and tried to poke it. He discovered that this thing actually had a faint elasticity. It doesn't feel like human flesh. Chu Yang scratched his head in confusion. At this moment, Zixieqing's telepathic voice rang in his ears. Keep the gold finger. We're going back. Chu Yang responded with an "oh." He hurriedly kept the gold finger into the space. As soon as he opened the space, he saw the sword spirit asking excitedly, What good stuff did you get? Why is it so powerful? I could feel it even when I was in seclusion. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Then he heard the sword spirit exclaim, Oh my God, isn't this a divine bone? Chu Yang was startled. He asked, What divine bone? The sword spirit looked at the gold finger greedily and murmured, Divine bone. Oh my God. Annoyed, Chu Yang picked up this half-severed finger and threw it into the space. It hit the sword spirit squarely in the face. The sword spirit nimbly fell to the ground with a loud thud. Even though his mouth was stuffed by the gold finger, he still managed to mutter, Oh, the Star Lake. I'm so happy. Chu Yang was speechless. The sword spirit finally moved it away from his face. Suddenly he cried, But I'm in pain too. What are you in pain about? Chu Yang wondered. Didn't you just say you're so happy? The sword spirit said painfully, I said I saw the divine bone and I'm so happy. But I'm cultivating my spirit now, so I can't absorb the power in it. I'm in pain. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, I've been worried that you'd steal it. You can't absorb it? That's great. The sword spirit was speechless. He stopped talking. His silence piqued Chu Yang's interest. What's the use of this divine bone? The sword spirit said, It's very useful. You can cultivate it. The spiritual energy emanating from it is the most original spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This large piece is probably enough for you to absorb for a while. Also, after you've absorbed the spiritual energy, you can refine this divine bone a little and it will become a divine weapon. Its hardness and sharpness can be called the best in this heaven apart from the tribulation sword. So good. Chu Yang was excited. You can go to sleep now. I'm in seclusion. The sword spirit was speechless and defended himself. He rolled his eyes and continued his seclusion. Chu Yang jumped out of the pit and saw Wu Qianqian looking at him curiously. She asked, Chu Yang, why did you jump into the pit? Before Chu Yang could answer, Zixieqing said, He was smacked down by me. Wu Qianqian was shocked. The three of them packed up. Zixieqing grabbed one of them with each hand and tore open the space with the other. She stepped back. Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue had already searched the entire Tianji city but didn't find Wu Qianqian. Both of them knew that as long as Zixieqing said Wu Qianqian was fine, then she was really fine. But if they didn't see their disciple alive in front of them, they wouldn't be at ease. Seeing that the sun had already risen, the couple sat in Jiaxiu building, speechless. Where did she go? Feng Yuro asked. Did the elder lie to us? Yu Lingxue said, Definitely not. With that elder's cultivation, she probably wouldn't be interested in lying to us. Although he said so, his eyes were still looking at the door. Feng Yuro said, That's true. At this moment, A clear and cold voice said, "Catch your disciple." Then, there was a whoosh. With a whoosh, a figure flew in through the window from the sky and landed in Feng Yuro's arms. Feng Yuro was overjoyed. She said, "Thank you, Elder." Zi Sheqing said, "You're welcome. Goodbye." Feng Yuro hurried out with Wu Qianqian in her arms. Elder, I still have something to ask you." When she came out, there was no one in front of her. She couldn't help but feel lost. Yu Lingxue comforted her from behind. "This elder doesn't have any ill intentions towards us. We'll have a chance to meet her. Since she said so, she'll definitely have a way to help us. Besides, we've been here for so many years. Why would we care about a little more time?" Feng Yuro sighed and said, "You don't know. Every time I see other women carrying their children happily, I'm so envious." Sigh. At this moment, Wu Qianqian in her arms moaned and woke up. "Are you all right, Qianqian? What happened?" Feng Yuro asked with concern. At the same time, she checked her disciple's body. After circulating her internal energy, she was relieved. Her disciple's clothes were neat and tidy, and she was still a virgin. She definitely didn't encounter any of those terrible things. Wu Qianqian said, "I don't know either. It's just that." From Wu Qianqian's mouth, this matter was of course all the fault of the Lan clan. Moreover, after she was drugged, she was saved by Zi Sheqing. Then, Zi Sheqing brought her to look for Chu Yang. It was Chu Yang who went through a lot of trouble to get rid of the poison without ruining her reputation, and so on. This Chu Yang is really a good kid. He's really a kind and honest perfected lord. Feng Yuro sighed. "Who are you talking about? Chu Yang?" Yu Lingxue frowned and said, "Which Chu Yang? How many Chu Yangs do you know?" Feng Yuro frowned and asked. "I know. The sweetheart of Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's disciple. His name is Chu Yang." Yu Lingxue's expression was strange. He said, "Could it be him? The sweetheart of Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's disciple?" Wu Qianqian was stunned. Was there such a coincidence? Who was Ning Tianya and Bu Liuqing's disciple? Immediately, under the questioning of Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, Wu Qianqian followed what she had discussed with Zi Sheqing. Her answer was flawless. Moreover, she also said that the two 8th-grade martial saints of the Yi clan had once ambushed her at the Shuiyu Lake and wanted to kill her. And of course, she was saved by Chu Yang that time. The two venerables were filled with boundless gratitude towards Chu Yang, but at the same time, they were furious at the Yi clan. Zi Sheqing knew that Feng Yuro was going to ask her about having children. But now, after Chu Yang's explanation, what she was most afraid of was that Moon Breeze would ask her about having children. How could she not quickly slip away? If he was caught and asked about this matter, it would be extremely embarrassing. He wouldn't even have a place to put his face. Besides, she was still carrying Chu Yang with her other hand. Now that she had already sent Wu Qianqian down, it seemed inappropriate to carry Chu Yang with one hand, so she just hugged him in her arms. Chu Yang was in luck this time. He only felt that he was suddenly surrounded by a soft and fragrant body. Minister Chu nestled happily in Zi Sheqing's arms, pretending to be asleep. He was even murmuring in his sleep. His face, however, intentionally or unintentionally, moved closer to Zi Sheqing's towering chest. Finally, touched, blissful, young Master Chu almost fainted. So big, so firm, so soft. Just as he was intoxicated, he was suddenly thrown to the ground with a bang. Immediately after, he was kicked in the butt and fell flat on his face. He heard Zi Sheqing scolding, "Stinky hooligan." Chu Yang smiled embarrassedly. When he opened his eyes, he saw that they had already returned to the Orchard Palace. But the next moment, Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing were stunned at the same time. Why was the door of the Orchard Palace wide open? It was so noisy inside. From the looks of it, it was as if a bandit had come. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He screamed, "Lu-er," and rushed in fiercely. 10 chapters, haha, as I said earlier, the first 10 chapters. But it's not the first. Since that's the case, I'll use 10 chapters to exchange for the first. Is that okay? I'm really at my wit's end. I can't take it anymore. I haven't slept for a day and a night. I'll just write a single chapter and go to sleep. I hope that tomorrow morning, I'll see everyone give me a surprise. To be continued. Chapter 2012. Part 7, Chapter 320. I have a clear conscience. The supreme martial artist sighed and were speechless. Xiekuan nodded. It turned out that Chu Yang did not know what the operation was. Chu Yang only knew that there was a conspiracy against Wu Xian, but he did not know that there was another elder of the divine tribe. He was just an idiot who was being used as a tool by others. He was just a slightly smarter idiot. Yi Shifeng was naturally asking Chu Yang when the Lan clan would take action to snatch the elder of the divine tribe. However, Chu Yang was at a critical juncture and naturally thought that Yi Shifeng was asking when the Yi clan would take action to shift the blame. At that time, I told Brother Yi, take note, the Lan clan will definitely take action on the night of the 12th lunar month. Chu Yang said, we are all smart people. We know when to stop. Yi Shifeng understood what I meant and laughed heartily. We drank to our heart's content before leaving. Yi Shifeng was a pervert. Yi Di's face turned black. After paying a huge piece of spirit jade ginseng, he received a piece of deceptive news. This matter has been like this since the beginning. This is the origin of the Yi clan's information. Chu Yang said proudly, Lord Yi Di, if you don't believe me, you can call Yi Shifeng over. I will confront him on the spot. Yi Di's face turned even darker. Yi Shifeng is already dead. I'll call him over? Why don't you call him over? Why don't you try? The supreme martial artist's expressions were also very interesting. This guy is really interesting, asking Yi Di to confront a dead person. How could Chu Yang not know that Yi Shifeng was already dead? Even when Yi Shifeng died, he was beside him. Yi Shifeng's death was also caused by him. But now, he had to pretend that he did not know, and his pretense was flawless. He pretended to be righteous. I believe you. Yi Di pinched his nose and said while holding back his anger. For more than 1,000 years, when have I ever held back my anger like this? And in front of a 10-year-old kid? Yi Di felt that his self-restraint was really good at this moment. If that's the case, then it's understandable that you told the Yi clan the information. However, the Shao clan did not participate in this and did not take any action. Why did you give us the information? 40 to 50 of our experts were killed last night, Xiao Sei said. Chu Yang retorted, since your Shao clan doesn't intend to take action or participate, then why did so many people die here? Xiao Sei was speechless. Yi Di laughed gloatingly and said, that's right. Your Shao family didn't participate in the planning or the operation. Why did so many people die in our Yi family's place? Isn't it because of this little guy? Xiao Sei said angrily. Kuan nodded. But if you don't plan to take action, why did you send someone to buy information from him? If they don't plan on taking action, they probably won't take action even if the news is delivered to their doorstep. Yi Di mocked. Yes. At that time, the Shao clan came looking for me. Chu Yang said innocently, since the Shao clan didn't receive any news, then they must not be in cahoots with the Lan clan. Then they must be helping the Yi clan. Since I had already decided to get rid of Lan Changa's control, the more help the Yi family had, the better. Therefore, when Master Shao came looking for me, I basically gave him the information without any nonsense. Chu Yang said very righteously, moreover, although I received benefits, but, if I didn't, Master Shao would think that the information I gave was not necessarily reliable. All the supreme martial artists nodded secretly. Humans were like this. If someone gave you something for free, especially someone you didn't know well, you would instead think that there was a problem or that the person was trying to frame you. Only if you spent a huge amount of money to buy it, you would instead cherish it more and you would definitely believe it. As for the family, it was Master Ming Se who came looking for me. Moreover, Master and I have known each other for a long time in the upper three heavens. Our temperaments are quite compatible. Chu Yang didn't wait for Qing Cho to ask and continued. I am a forthright person and I am free and easy in handling matters. I admire my brother very much. Since he came looking for me, how could I not give him face? Chu Yang said, moreover, at that time, my brother was very understanding of me. He once said that if it was inconvenient for me, I should just pretend that he didn't say anything. But, my brother treats me as a friend and is so considerate of me. How can I, Chu Yang, not be loyal? All the supreme martial artist's expressions became even more strange. All right, when it was with Yi Shifeng, it was out of fear. When it was with the Shao clan, it was out of safety. Now that you are back at home, you are talking about loyalty. Do you know that it's fine that you're being so loyal, but you almost killed your good brother, and the loss to the family is even greater? Furthermore, you received benefits first? No matter what, I will not let my brother down. Therefore, I caught up with him and told him this news. Chu Yang said righteously, "My brother treats me with sincerity, so I will definitely repay him with loyalty. When friends are friends, it is important to treat each other with sincerity." When this sentence was said, even the Dharma Supreme almost fainted. This fellow was speaking with assurance here, yet he didn't know how many people in the clan had died because of his repayment of loyalty. All the supreme martial artists looked at Chu Yang, who spoke with assurance, righteousness, loyalty, and magnanimity. They couldn't help but feel their teeth ache. Moreover, at that time, I also told Brother Yi that this matter was a huge whirlpool. I told him to be careful, and he also promised me then. We were reluctant to part, and parted at the entrance of the Orchard Palace. Chu Yang said with a clear conscience, "I can confront Brother Ming Se about this matter at any time." Ching Cho nodded weakly and waved his hand. There is no need to confront him. At this point, the interrogation had reached a stalemate. This fellow didn't know the real issue at all. How could he continue? "In that case, you don't know what they were looking for you for?" the Dharma Supreme asked. "Of course I know," Chu Yang said with some grievance. At that time, Yi Shifeng, Lan Chang'e, Zhuge Changcheng, Brother Mengsa, as well as the Shi clan, Shao clan, Chung clan, and Li clan were all crazily pursuing Wu Xian. Which one of them didn't covet her? That day, they almost fought at the Jiaxiu Tower. And now, Duke Lan Chang'e wants to use this method to achieve his goal. I believe all of you won't agree to it. You mean, this whole matter is because of jealousy? Li Xiangxi was speechless. Isn't it? Chu Yang was stunned. Then, he sighed and said with emotion, "Femme fatale. This really makes sense." All the supreme martial artists sat upright with their eyes down and their noses down to their hearts. No one said a word. Chu Yang's mouth was not idle. He laughed bitterly and said, "Lan Chang'e said that he wanted to help me marry the beauty. How can I not know? If this matter is successful, the one who will marry the beauty will definitely be Lan Chang'e and not me." He sighed with a lonely expression. "Actually, I am just a chess piece. A chess piece that can be abandoned after using it, that's all." The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "But this matter is not what you think. There is another reason." Chu Yang said in puzzlement, "Another reason?" The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "Come here." Then, he said to the second grandmasters of the big clans, "Everyone, if you believe me, I will perform this soul control technique. How about it?" Although everything Chu Yang said was flawless, the Dharma Supreme still felt that there was something fishy about it. This was a kind of intuition. Chu Yang's voice, expression, actions, tone, emotions, and so on showed in all aspects. What he said was from the bottom of his heart. Many people even believed him now. They were all old foxes. Whether a person was lying or not, they could tell at a glance. But the Dharma Supreme still felt that something was not right. What was wrong? But he could not tell. All the supreme martial artists of course agreed loudly. In this world, if they did not believe in the Dharma Supreme, who else could they believe? Chu Yang's face was stern and fearless. He walked over with a selfless look. He stood in front of the Dharma Supreme. Then, with a puff, an aura was emitted from his body. All the supreme martial artists were shocked. This little one, when someone was performing the soul control technique on him, he automatically dispersed his cultivation and dropped all his guard. This was equivalent to putting everything he had, completely and defenselessly, in the hands of the Dharma Supreme. Really, if one did not do anything wrong, one would not be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Chu Yang slowly turned around and said, "Elders, although I am young, I know what to do and what not to do. I have said and done. Since everyone came to me to buy information, I have also made a profit by selling it. As for what information everyone came to buy from me, I have also told you the truth. When I said the beginning of the 12th lunar month, it was the beginning of the 12th lunar month. The Long clan had indeed taken action. My information was not wrong. Although it caused all the great clans to fight to the death because of this, I, Chu Yong, have a clear conscience. I have done right. I have done right. I am an upright person. I do things according to the rules. I am a doctor. A doctor has the heart of a parent. My heart is broad and broad. Selfless. In this matter, yes, I have taken benefits. But those benefits, I should take them. To put it bluntly, it is inevitable that all the great clans will feel heartache when they suffer losses. But as long as my information is conclusive, accurate, and true, then it has nothing to do with me. If someone dies, it has even less to do with me. It should be, you can go and find whoever killed them. A life for a life. If you want to buy information, you also need to show your sincerity. It is that simple. If this matter is not about a beauty but about a treasure, then those who died fighting for the treasure would not go and find trouble with the person who sold you the treasure map, right? If you bought 40 steamed buns, but in the end you could not finish them and forced yourself to eat until you were stuffed to death, you would not go and find the steamed bun seller, right? Chu Yong smiled sadly. The reason why I am here today is because I am weak. I am weak, so everyone can blame me. Although everyone knows that this matter has nothing to do with me. After the Dharma Supreme performs his technique, the truth will be revealed. By then, whether you want to kill me or torture me, you can do whatever you want. But please let my sister go. Chu Yong smiled bleakly. This is the way of the world, nothing more. He looked at the Dharma Supreme with a stern gaze and slowly sat down. He said solemnly, Dharma Supreme, please do it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.